Shalom, all praises to the Most High, all praises to His holy name. Today's video, we're going to talk about the lies that have been told us and our ancestors throughout history. And the lies that have been told you and your ancestors about history. You're not an Israelite. Because Satan is a liar. Well, we'll revisit this book here, One World Totalitarian. Revisit this book, The History of Ancient America, Interior to the Time of Columbus, Providing the Identity of the Aborigines with the Tyrians and the Israelites, and the Introduction of Christianity into the Western Hemisphere. Well, I'm not worried about Christianity. This book here, Indians of Louisiana. This book, I'm not going to read it all to you. Just going to hit certain sections because if I read it all, this video will be forever. Well, not forever, but more time than I choose to share it because it's basically a revisitation of the truth. The 10 tribes of Israel are the true history of the North American Indians, showing that they are the descendants of these 10 tribes. And, of course, Revealing America's Dark-Skinned Past, Volume 2, The Columbian Era, read Silver Fox Thunderbird. There's a lot of people out right now that's searching for the truth and sharing the truth. And I appreciate them for their effort, especially those who are sincere. And I share a lot of times, I hear things that others share, and I share with you, but I also say, study to show yourself approved by God in your efforts. I also say, rightly dividing the word of truth. There's a lot of things that appear to be true, but if you look further into it and compare it with the word of God, see, Satan lies and he tells the truth. So just don't jump on something because it sounds good, but rightly divide it according to precepts of the word of God. And why are we going to do that? Why? Because nearly all, if not everybody, always refers to the word of God. Even those who say they don't believe in God. They refer to the word of God to try to discredit God. Thus, they still referring to God as the authority. That's why he said, I'm the Alpha and Omega. He said, I'm the one started it all. And I'm the one going to finish it all. My word is first. And once you've gone through and did all your searching and research, you're going to come to the conclusion that my word is last. So it would be nice if I can get through this all in one setting, but we'll see. If not, I have to come back and finish again later. Let's start off with a verse. And then I'll go to etymology. I'm going to go to Webster again. Give you another version, NIV, and then I'm going to give you KJV of the same verse. Jeremiah 16:19. Yahweh, my strength and my fortress, my refuge in the time of distress. To you the nations will come from ends of the earth and say, our ancestors possessed nothing but false gods, lies, worthless idols that did them no good. Jeremiah 16:19. O Yahweh, my strength and my fortress, and my refuge in the day of affliction. The Gentiles shall come unto you from the ends of the earth, and shall say, surely our fathers have inherited lies, vanity, and things wherein there is no profit. See, this Gentiles cover all Gentiles. Therefore, fathers, and the lost tribes forefathers, who became lost over time in a people. So otherwise, all the Gentiles inherited lies. The Edomites told lies, and the descendants of Israelites received lies. And even the descendants of Edomites received lies through the time. People, let's get over the fact it's not about trying to attack nobody, people. This is a time of enlightenment. And the enlightenment is coming from the truth giver, who is the truth. You have to accept the truth, people. Whatever that truth is. And the truth of the matter is that the first Americans were Negroes, using terms. And we are the Israelites. We've been called a lot of things: black, colored, nigger, synonymous with Indian. Thus, Indian proves who we are, but it's not our most honorable origin. Why? Because that's still considered nigger. It sounds good, but at the end of the day, that's still the Edomite calling you a nigger. The Most High said, if you want deliverance, be called by my name. Why is it that the Edomite wants to be called by that name when he's not Israel? Why? That's the most honorable name in the earth and in heaven. Most High said, if you want to be exonerated, if my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face, then will I hear them from heaven. I will forgive their sins, then I will heal their land, give everything back to you and your body. Aboriginal is an adjective, Latin ab and origo, see origin. First, original, primitive, Aboriginal people are the first inhabitants of a country. Aboriginal tribes of America. See, all I can do is present information to you. And if the information agrees with what God says, that's the truth. Because he's not a man that should lie. But we got people running around, black, I'm going to use the term black and white, based on the lies they inherited. Got black people running around thinking they're Egyptians. And the Most High said, that's who had you in captivity. That's the black people who had you in captivity. I'm using terms. And then the Edomites had you in captivity too, from the other side. The white people, using terms. Ain't no such thing as black and white people. That's something that the Edomites made up. Lies. But there are Japhites, Hamites, and the people that came from Shem that are true Shemites. That's us, the Israelites. And they already know, you are in Library of Congress, they already know you cannot get an inheritance but through anything other than your tribes. They say you are Choctaw, Cherokee, all these other things. That's true from what they've said. But why they want to be called Israelis and to call themselves Israel to get the true inheritance? Ask yourself that. Which don't belong to them. Yahweh didn't wake you up to be called a Cherokee or Choctaw. You already knew that. That's who you are, but that's not who the name he wants you to be called by. Because the inheritance comes through his name. Because of his name ties you back to him, which is his people. He wake you up to know that you are the true people and the other people are not. That's the inheritance. But it's good, though, that people are teaching about these things. It's still the truth. It's just a more excellent truth to be heard. We're at the most honorable origin. Aboriginal it says see origin. We don't see it. First, original people are the first inhabitants of a country. Aboriginal tribes of America. Aboriginal adjective or original or primitive inhabitant, first settlers in a country, are called Aboriginals. As the Celts in Europe and the Indians in America. Now, that's what everybody's talking about. The Indians in America are the ones they call Negroes. They're copper-colored people. The Celts in America, the original people, were Negroes. That's why it's called Aboriginal. The Edomites are modern-day Europeans that settled there. About 1200. Came here in America in 1492. They're from Mount Seir. See, the word of God is not about to insult nobody. It's just the fact that people get insulted when they telling lies that they're trying to hold on to. You can't hold on to lies no more, because the truth is in the house now. The Most High has come. He said, I am the way, the truth, and the life. When the truth showed up, that means he came, didn't he? He has not showed up in body yet. He showed up but in his people first. His prophets, to spread the truth, to prepare his coming. His literal coming. He came first in us, though. His brethren. He was the firstborn among many brethren. And Michael shall help me. He sent his archangel first to blow the trumps from the rooftop. And let me ask you another question. Once you get tired of getting angry at the truth, after you've gone and stretched forth all the lies and try to continue the lies and do everything you can to complete the lies and keep the lie going, guess what? The lie cannot stand because the truth is out. And it's not like God, you can fool him. He already knows who his people are. He already knows the truth. That's why he sent the truth. That's not going to change nothing because you trying to do all you can to prevent the truth. You can't prevent the truth. It's out. That's why he's called Almighty. He can't nobody stay my hand. You wasting your time. And you're going to go to hell for it. Now somebody say, well, no, this is no literal hell. Well, whatever hell is, you're going to go there. Because you're trying to stay in his way. And he already told you what hell was. You ain't going to never get used to it. So he went through it in the Garden of Gethsemane for a few minutes. Which felt like an eternity to him during that few minutes. He said he couldn't even get used to it. He said, how are you going to get used to it? And he's God. I think y'all missing the point. You sitting around spending all your time, all your effort, they waste all their income, money, whatever it is, to try to stop the truth. And the truth still ain't got to stop. You can't stop God. You can't separate yourself from the truth, though. Therefore, you're going to say all the sheep get to my right hand, and all you goats go to my left, so I can gather y'all up and send y'all to hell. Origin is a noun. Latin argo. The first existence or beginning of anything. Now they're going to start with Rome. That ain't the beginning of everything. That's the beginning of Edomite history, his story. As the origin of Rome in history, it is necessary, if practical, to trace all events to their origin. And now I'm going to tie Rome to the origin of evil. Lies. Fountain, source, cause, that from which anything primarily proceeds. That which gives existence or beginning. The apostasy is believed to have been the origin of moral evil. The origin of many of our customs is lost in antiquity, and I got a book that talks about the customs of antiquity. Nations, like individuals, are ambitious to trace their descents from an honorable origin. See, we've been called a lot of things. Indian ties us to America because that's who we are. But the most honorable name of an Indian is an Israelite. That's what God calls us. And we're not slaves or servants. We're kings and priests. Once we tied to God's name or his title he gave. I'm going to go to this book here. The History of Ancient America, Interior to the Time of Columbus. Proving the identity of the Aborigines with Tyrians and Israelites. I'm going to read this first page. I'm going to skip around in it, though. Frederick William IV, king of, is it Russia or Prussia? Russia, probably Russia. But it says Prussia. Your Majesty, with feelings of enthusiasm founded on the contemplation of a peaceful and patriotic king, do I inscribe your majesty the first volume of an effort to delineate the history of ancient America. If in the following pages your majesty should recognize your own patriotism in the harem, the great it is such as truth and history have designed and colored, finding flattery and false adulation, have not added even a thought to embellish where patriotism has so nobly consolidated. The building of Solomon's temple at Jerusalem by Hiram the Tyrus of Tyrus was not more generous and liberal in religious sentiments than were your own. The prefix reads, to the deep historic interest expressed by His Royal Highness the Duke of Cambridge concerning Aborigines of America may be traced the production of this work. It led the author originally to write the Israel-Indian tragedy of Tecumseh. That's why they were called niggers in Antioch, because nigger is synonymous with Indian. I'm going to read it to you in the one word Terry and prove it to you. When I get there. Acts 13:1. Now there were in the church that was at Antioch certain and teachers, as Barnabas and Simeon that was called Nigger, and Lucius of Cyrene and Manaen, which had brought up with Herod the Tetrarch and Saul. It led the author originally to write the Israel-Indian tragedy of Tecumseh, illustrative of the patriarch race of the North, in which composition had received the honor of being dictated to the illustrious prince by special permission. The publication has been delayed only from the fact that it would anticipate this branch of the present work and might consequently be injurious. The investigations necessary for writing of North America called into action the study and observation of years of relations in relation to South America, and in contemplating the newly discovered ruined cities and temples upon the moiety of the Western continent. The very spirit of the romance of truth seemed to find a voice every sculptured altar, common stone, or pyramid, and went upon enthusiastic pursuit of hidden knowledge. The sudden discovery of early Christianity and its sacred promulgator were identified with the Western Hemisphere, sanctioned as in the discovery of the Holy Writ, history and tradition, customs, and the oracular sculptures of antiquity. Language has no power to express the bounding feeling of the heart when that original vision of the mind become apparent. as a stern reality of historic truth. Skipping around. The present author submits the first history of ancient America with all humility. But he will yield to none of the consciousness or the consensus belief in the truth of the startling propositions and the consequent historic conclusions, and that the reader may not imagine that any unique motive dictated to the writer of the publication of this work. The following extract from the Messrs. Longman's letter upon their own and their readers' investigation of this volume would justify him. We have fully considered the publication of your work on America. It is undoubtedly a work of great ingenuity and originality. And should it be considered that your conclusions are correct, it will be a work to confer on its author a high rank of literature. It said, notice to booksellers, proprietors, and circulating libraries in the public. It says, this is to give notice that the original history of ancient America, in parentheses, of which this is the first volume, is copyright and legally secured by the proprietor, both in England and in America. The penalties, therefore, for any infringement will be enforced by the publishers, according to the new Act of Parliament and Acts of Congress of the United States by the former, especially as applied to England and her colonies. Any permission having in its possession for sale or hire any foreign edition of AU English copyright is liable to heavily penalty, and any copy found on the possession of a traveler from abroad will be forfeited. London, June 1843. Original History of Ancient America, the book first, chapter 1, page 1. Introduction from the preface of the author's historical work on the life of Tecumseh, Tecumseh, name to be used for South and Central America, the fundamental error of the historian of America, essential opposites in character, rules of argument, illustrating the theory of sufficient identity of the North to prove two distinct people, a sufficient identity of the North to prove two distinct people, the Aborigines wrongfully named Indians. He said they wrongfully named Indians. The Aborigines wrongfully named Indians by Columbus, the cause of his error and his effects. In a prefatory remark to the forthcoming work of the chieftain Tecumseh, the following language is used, and we avail ourselves of the privilege of extracting from our own storehouse materials for the commencement of this new historical campaign. The courteous reader is in tracing the fate of Tecumseh, is depicted in the pages of his life, will not, it says volume 1, will not fail to observe the strong analogy between the religious sentiments of the chief of the forest and those of the ancient Hebrews. The language is uttered by Tecumseh is not written by the pen of fiction, merely to uphold a theory of the brain, but gathered from the archives of a people's history. to support a theory of apparent truth. The present writer will not yield to any man in the firm belief that the Aborigines of North America, in parentheses, but not North America only, and the ancient Israelites are identical. Unless controverted by the stern authority of superior historical dedication or deduction. We therefore have formed an original theory in reference to the natives of the North and those of the South and Central America, together with the newly discovered ruined cities in and around Guatemala, and by that theory have separated into two distinct races of people, the Aborigines of the Western Hemisphere. The lately recovered ruined cities, temples in Central America, of which no ancient record is to be found, have shattered the chain of acknowledged history to atoms. And into that chain, again, is united by a firmly established theory. Education herself must pause, ere she can, with the wand of truth, point to her rising children the history of the world or its inhabitants. Suspicion has asserted that all the natives of the continent of Columbus might probably have been originally of Hebrew extraction. The extortion has been made in doubt and trembling, for writers have been confounded by a central contrast in the religious customs of North and South America. There were no analogs between them, which circumstance should have compelled historians to pursue another path of inquiry, and so attain a conclusive truth. But they found a Gordian knot which they could not unravel. And assuming the impatience weapon of Alexander, they destroyed it. The architecture, however, of the ruins of Copen, Plink, Uxmal, and their time-honored associates have furnished a Rosetta Stone to aid the new translation of the hieroglyphical history of, in parentheses now, ancient America. And if our theory is true, not only have the Israelites walked the land where the sun bestows his last smile, they tell you that this land over here, even the one with Tertarian, that this is the actual east of the Bible. They changed the Middle East to be the land over there because that's what they said. He said it really was all happening over here. I even read a scripture before that was quite ironic to me. It said, spiritual Sodom and Egypt, the land where our Messiah was crucified. I heard people type and shout it, but according to that, he was literally crucified over here. If this is true, what they're saying. If our theory is true, not only have the Israelites walked the land where the sun bestows his last smile, but another nation in which was retained the primitive language of the Diluvian world previously trod the soil of Aborigines. And beyond all this, if our thread of Ardain led us faithfully, if not, the Almighty Father who gave the thought will pardon his application. Yes. Beyond all the bonding feelings leaping at events, at once classic and venturated, do we contemplate another branch of our theory? For we do not write in error, and our perfect fate assures us that we do not. Then the trembling hand which sought in doubt the Savior's the wounds has been outstretched as in sacred oratory, even in those southern wilds, the bold yet conquered voice which uttered and hallowed and confirmed faith, my Lord and my God, has given forth his mentioned eloquence, even in the Western Hemisphere, and there the sainted ashes of the apostle may yet repose. The preceding abstract may be viewed as and once I told you people, I'm just reading from a book. You got to study, show yourself approved. And you got to match whatever is said that's true and it was applied to be true. You got to match the scriptures as God has said. I'm just sharing you information from a book. But they telling you they already came to the conclusion that we are the Israelites, the Negro. I'm gonna go to the online fair use. Well, Senator told you that the Negroes are the Aborigines. Years back. And not that far back. Fair use for educational purposes. Alabama Senator Beeson on Aborigines, the clip, 12 years ago.
Welcome back, everybody. I appreciate everybody checking in with me today. Let's talk about
well, this is not what I'm looking for.
In Alabama.
This is another guy's clip. I'm gonna go to the other clip.
Black folks Aborigines. Got in a lot of trouble for this.
I'm gonna click on this one here, right here.
When I was reading to prepare for this interview, I was quite surprised to see you use the word Aborigines talking about African Americans.
You know, I've dealt with that issue. I've already, talked publicly about that.
And my purpose here today is to say that I'm very sorry, and I apologize to anyone whose feelings were hurt by my comment.
I've made very, very clear I don't know where that comment comes from.
Well, from your subconscious.
Well, I guess. I mean, it's not even a normal thing anyone would say, even if you meant something in a negative fashion. I don't know if you would pull that out. But for me personally, you can't just close down camp and stop trying to do the things that you think are right. Just because somebody, you may give them an unfortunate bit of ammunition, you still got to continue to fight on and do what's best for the state in the long run. And frankly, it's going to give me the opportunity to, talk about things that I may never been able to talk about before.
You mean the bill?
Well, the bill, or talk about, race relations issues, things like that. I mean, I have a freedom that a lot of people don't have because of that.
Because you used the word Aboriginal.
Because I've been through the fire, and I can talk to people, I can relate to people, I can let them know what kind of person I am, and we can talk about things that sometimes have been, a little bit taboo.
So because it allowed you to reach audiences you might not otherwise have reached, do you not regret saying it?
I think it gives me some opportunities. I went and spoke to a group in the city of Birmingham. It was a city councilwoman's community meeting. probably 95% African American, and because of things that I regret, offhand remark I should not have made.
Using the word Aborigine,
Right, offhand remark I should not have made.
which you don't want to say.
Yeah, I know better. But what it allowed me to do, they actually listened to what I said, probably more than they would have anybody else, because they want to see, this is that guy, this is that person. And we discussed immigration, we discussed policy that deals with the county locally, and there was the ability to actually get across some things that surprised them, that they realized, okay, this guy's making some good sense on some issues. I don't know if I would ever have had that door even opened if some of those things had not happened. So it really has worked as a positive in a surprising way to me to allow me to interact with people.
Your other incendiary quote was empty the clip, the gun clip, juxtaposed with immigration, so people think that's what you meant. So how do you explain that?
Well, it definitely had nothing to do with violence against anyone. It was totally taken out of context. The purpose of it was I was telling an audience that we needed to exhaust all efforts to try to deal with a number of issues. And by the time it got through 2 or 3 newspaper filters, it was all over the country that I had advocated violence against immigrants. Nothing is farther from the truth.
Once again, fair use, just for educational purposes, to prove that they've been through this. So let's get back to page 4, original history of ancient America, interior to the time of Columbus, proving or providing the identity of the Aborigines, with Italians and Israelites. Page 4, the preceding extract may be viewed as the exordium of an original history to follow, wherein if we fail, it will be the boldest of the attempt, and not the deed confounds us. Taking a basis for our illustration of the rules of argument, we will first identify one race and then prove the existence of another is not only apparent but absolute. For the convenience of the general reader, the word Mexican, until the true name is established. See, Mexican is not the true name. That's why people think I was being offensive when I said these things. See, they throw all these names out there so they confuse the people. The Most High said, guess what? I'm going to stop the confusion. It's my people who are called by my name will humble themselves to the fact you must be called by his name and pray and seek my face. See what I got to say about the subject. Say, then I'll listen to you. Then I forgive your sins for being called all these different people and accepting it. And then I'll heal your land. For the convenience of the general reader, the word Mexican, until the true name is established, will be applied throughout the following pages of all Central and South America. For the word South may be confounded with the portion of the Republic of North America. So deno are denominated, and especially with the American reader. The fundamental error with all writers on the Aborigines of America is that they have viewed them as one people. Authors have therefore been confounded by the different customs and ceremonies of religion as practiced in the 2 great divisions of the continent. They have seen that the natives were, to a certain extent, in one part of the vast domain, idolaters, and not in the other. That the North was essentially Republican in every aspect of its political existence, while that of Mexican America was essentially compounded of kingdoms and empires and governed by despotic monarchs, and that the republics were interwoven with them. that each man in the north was a warrior and an equal, acknowledging no superior but their leader in time of battle. They didn't acknowledge nobody above them, or only one that was appointed as their leader in the battle. And should he fall in action, there was not a member of the tribe in which they politically lived, but could have taken his place and filled it with similar courage and ability. In Mexican America, they were not equal, but from the emperor, they descended by degrees to the serf and slave. And that contrary stone or stucco temples and plate palaces were, and still continue to be found erected with costly magnificence, and in which were jellied idols to which they bent the knee. Their rich dwellings were splendid mansions, adorned with sculptured and beaten gold, and graced with the works of art. And as a people enjoying all the refined elegances of life, but in the north their temple was of azure canopy of Yahweh, adorned with myriads of golden stars. And when beneath the sublime dome they bent the knee, it was the Almighty God alone. Their palaces were gorgeous vistas of the forest, and columns were the gigantic trees, each year increasing in their stateliness. Their shadowy and painted roofs were the far-spreading branches and nature's tinted foliage. Their mansions were those of independent wanderers, even the simple tents of Israel. And as for jellied idols and figures of beaten gold, they presented the diamonds of the human eye, radiant with intellectual beings, and glancing from the living emblem of the first and priceless image placed in Eden's garden by architect of the universe. Notwithstanding these essential opposites of character and policy, to which may be added that physiognomy, writers have glanced at them as one race sprung from the same branch of the human family. I'm just reading what it says. And without deeming which, when they could not reconcile such apparently uncountable distinctions and derivatives, they have thrown upon the shoulders of the Mexican the mantle of mainly virtue belonging to the North. About this race, they have thrust the adulterous vice and festering robes of luxury justly claimed by the former people. And by this easy manner of disposing of a question, have seemingly satisfied themselves that by blending the crimes of both to the exclusion of the varieties of either, that they were all savages, and no matter from which they came. No, that's a lie. That's why you got to ride the road of truth. But I'm going to continue reading, though. Thus have they formed their conclusion concerning 50 millions of human beings. Although directly in opposition to evidence of fact, to deduction by relative reasoning, and to all Christian feelings, which alone should have rejected so cruel a decision, found as it is, not only on slight but careless investigation. A sufficient identity of the northern native is now required in order to establish the national distinction between the aborigines of the two Americas. In all civilized countries, when elect scripture fails to develop or protect the historical event and rights of a nation or individual, then the lex non-scripta is not only not rejected, but is actually brought forward to establish and support the customs and privileges of a bygone day. This traditionary evidence, handed down from sire to son, is received in proof of a foregone conclusion. It gives insight into the times of which no written record is left for the investigation of Argus-eyes posterity. It carries us back to customs, civil, military, and religious, that otherwise might be lost to the archives of history. Admitting, therefore, this train of reasoning, we bring it to bear upon the present important subject. Important in the highest degree, for the time is now past when the Western Hemisphere is to be dated from the rediscovery by Columbus. His giant but overplotted name, like the ruins of Plink or Palacu, is but the lettering of a volume to indicate the library of the universe that such a work was written. The work itself, for example, the great continent, has yet to be read. And historical authors identified, nor with the well-grounded supposition that the Welsh prince Madoc colonized in America 2 centuries before Genius, or that the Norwegian landed 3 centuries anterior to the Welsh, enable us even to unclasp the volume. To accomplish this, its translation and historic in Iliad must be cast over a period of more than 2,000 annual changes of nature's revolving but faithful time glass. Granting then that when the lex scripta will not cover a subject, the lex non-scripta must be investigated to establish a position. And first, then will not apply to the aborigines of the North, for it does not exist. The latter only, or the unwritten history of their race, must be had for recourse to prove their originality and identity, traceable back to the time immemorial from their present customs and traditions. We think that it will instantly be admitted that all religious ceremonies are the strongest proof of the characteristics of a people or race, of which no written history exists. For there is something so indescribably sacred in the consciousness or contentious actions of a man with the supreme God that none but the maniac atheist could doubt. That those actions should be received as the living features of a nation, when seen to be recognized and acknowledged with as much certainty of identity as when a mother gazes upon her fondly cherished child. The customs forming the analogy between the northern natives and the ancient Israelites will now be reviewed with as much brevity of the subject as the subject will permit, in order to establish an essential point of the present theory, viz., the separation of our aborigines into 2 distinct people. The reader perhaps will meet us at the threshold of argument by the question, how can an Indian be of Israel? We will answer this and refute the misnomer between the analogies or investigated. The name Indian as applied to original inhabitants of either or both the Americas, Canada, the islands in or adjacent to the Gulf of Mexico, has no authority founded upon truth. The name was given in error. It has been so continued from the time of the Genios to the present day. Throughout this work, no position will be advanced that cannot be defended. The wrongful appellation originated with Columbus. The wrongful appellation originated with Columbus, and for proof of the assertion of the following is presented. The shadow of the earth upon the moon during an eclipse plainly testified that the planet upon which we live was round. The travels of Marco Polo by land to the East Indies about 1269 related that those lands stretched forth towards the east. About 2 centuries after this, it occurred to Columbus upon pursuing those travels, but more especially from having attained intelligence from the final conquest of the Canary Islands of 1483, and information while resident in England, in parentheses, which circumstances will be investigated hereafter, that by a voyage towards the west, thus traveling, as it were, around the globe, he should meet the extremities of those lands. And as the discovery of a sea passage to the East Indies was the great object of navigation in the 15th century, Columbus made the bold attempt, in parentheses, founded upon previous knowledge of migration, and discovered the island of St. Salvador, find back where I was at, and discovered the islands of St. Salvador and those adjacent, and thinking that he had reached the eastern extremity of the Indies, according to his theory, he then named those islands the West Indies, because they were discovered by sailing west. The discovery of the continent followed during this third voyage, and believing all the land to be of the Indies, the inhabitants of the isles and the mainland were, as a natural consequence, called by Columbus under one general appellation, Indians. Subsequent geographical discoveries have proved the greater error of the genus, but the name of Indian was given at that time, and has been continued along at variance with the truth. And it has a material effect in checking inquiry concerning the Aborigines, who may be called Indians. The name seemed at once to specify their origin, but it would have been equally as just if he had determined to sail to Britain, and as an unforeseen gale having cast him upon the isles of Sardinia, and then from believing that he had reached the intended object of his voyage, he should have called the latter inhabitants British. We therefore discard the name of Indian as applied to the natives of the western continent. It will be retained in the tragedy of the Tecumseh for local purposes. And right then, as Aborigines, until we advance in this history, they can be identified as a national name founded upon facts and conclusions. Chapter 2, page 11. Hebrew analogies with the tribes of the north contrasted with the natives of Mexican America. Hebrew analogies with the tribes of the north contrasted with the natives of Mexican America, circumcision, scalpings is great antiquity, the crucifixion not known to the natives of the north, the traditional knowledge of the Deluge, their practices of law of Moses, the conclusive proofs of the two races, the formation of the new Epochian table for the history of the ancient America, the announcement of the historical theory in the first epoch. The Hebrew analogies now claim investigation. As woman is first in the affection in the memory, she claims by right upon this, as upon all occasions, the natural precedence. The northern mother after childbirth is secluded for a given number of days, varying according to the sex of the newborn infant. By the law of Moses, the mother of purification was to last 40 days for a male and 80 days for a female child. All other seclusions are as strict as when the wife becomes a mother. When a wife becomes a widow and is childless, her husband's brother marries her. These were essential laws of Hebrew, and especially the latter. Now you think about the book of Ruth. Boaz had to be the kinsman redeemer. Which represents Messiah being the kinsman redeemer for all of them. The name should not be lost in Israel. As a mother, she considers it a religious duty that the child should receive its nourishment from the breast that gave it life. And such is the feeling in the performance of this maternal duty. That's why I said the female should be saved in child rearing. That she often nurses her offspring until it attains 3 or 4 years of age. From this fact on, is an important problem is solved. For example, the apparent tardiness of the ratio increased the Aborigines of the North. For it is the rule in the nature's female code, in parentheses, and should there be an exception, it only proves the rule. That while the affection continues from the found practice of the mother, no other shall arise to destroy that which is already exists. But as that ceases and the firstborn is put away, nature, jealous of her supremacy, again bestows upon the mother a second joy, and so continues in her undeviating course. There is also a direct physical analogy between the northern mothers and those ancient Israel. If there are not, the negative might be brought against this theory, and we therefore take advantage of the affirmative. The only cause of Pharaoh's political action against the Hebrews was that from the rapid ratio in which they multiplied, they would eventually rebel and without the assistance of any other nation entirely subdue Egypt. The ease of the childbirth by the Hebrew mother is distinctly stated in the Holy Writ, in contrast to the dangerous sufferings of the Egyptian parent, from which fact may be gathered the cause of the gradual but certain increase of the Israelites over the Egyptians' population. See, we're not Egyptians. The same peculiar facility of childbirth is on the chief characteristics of the northern female. For in the Rocky Mountains, while journeying in the cave clay and being taken in travail, the mother will leave her companions alone, and within an hour will remount her horse and overtake her associates with the newborn infant in arms. Well, you see that still today. You see the woman carrying the child around, and sometimes I wonder, man. I say, man, strong. I'm talking my strength. I still couldn't figure out how women be carrying babies all the time like that. Like they ain't heavy or something. The cause why the population of Aborigines of the North is not in the ratio with the ancient Hebrews has already been alluded to in reference to the mother's belief and practice of extended material duty and fondness. if, as we believe, the great ancestresses of these northern women were Leah and Rachel, the tender-eyed and the beautiful and well-favored, then have their daughters on the western continent lost no features of the mothers of Israel. That's why they say that's why our woman is beautiful. For they might hang their harps upon the willows of their fate as emblems of Jerusalem children in captivity, and feel no shame in comparison of sorrow, grace, or beauty. The northern Aborigines have a traditional knowledge of the deluge and dove of peace, which to them, under the name of the medicine or ministering bird, is sacred from the arrow of the hunter. They have their Ark of Covenant, in which is deposited some mystery, seen only by the priests of the tribe. It is said to be a shell and supposed to give out oracular sounds. This is an analogy of the book of the law placed in the Ark of the Covenant by Moses, preceding his death on Mount Nebo, the oracular wisdom of which has guided civilians to this day. The ark is never suffered to touch the earth, but is always raised on a stand wood or stone. It is invariably carried by a tribe when they march to battle. A similitude is here to Joshua at the siege of Jericho. When it is in their peaceful encampment, it is surrounded by 12 stones, indicative of the original number of the 12 tribes of their ancestors. This is strictly an analogy with the 12 statutes, probably rude blocks of stone, in parentheses, erected by Moses around the altar of the covenant to personify the 12 tribes of Israel. Joshua also, after the passage of the Jordan, erected 12 stones in his encampment at Gilgal, and the same number of the river of the place of the passage. They select their medicine men, for example, priests or prophets, from among a portion of the tribe, not warriors. Here's the custom of the Levites, or descendants of Aaron, being in the sacred office of priesthood. For with the Israelites, that's quite ironic. I'm going to get there. It says the Choctaw was a part of another tribe. We're going to read about that, but the Choctaw was not the warriors. The other tribe that was really part of Choctaw was. They named them something else, but they're still part of Choctaw. We'll get there. Here's the custom of the Levites. I read some in the books of remembrance. It said Yahweh, he was in the midst of the warriors. He wasn't a warrior though. Although he was a warrior, but that's not what he did. But he's coming back as one though. What that's saying? We all got a little bit of warrior in all of us, because we from the same tribe. We just not the warrior tribe. That's our brother. They select their medicine men, for example, priests or prophets, from among a portion of the tribe, not warriors. Here's the custom of the Levites, or descendants of Aaron, being in the sacred office of priesthood. For with the Israelites, they were not to be taken from the rank of the soldiery. These Aborigines dwell in booths, and when brought out of the land of Egypt for they are still wanderers. Leviticus 23. They offer of flesh, burnt offerings from the chase, which is first cast into the flames, before even a starving family may eat. They have their corn and harvest feasts, also one of the observance of every new moon, another in the festivity of the first fruit, and the great feast in direct analogy with the Hebrew Passover, even to the blood being stained upon the posts and lintels. And the mingling of the most bitter herbs. Then their fastings and purification are practiced with the greatest severity. The breastplate or ornament worn by their religious prophets, containing 12 shells or stones of value, is in direct imitation of the ancient pectoral worn by the Hebrew high priest, and which contained the 12 precious stones inscribed with the names of all 12 original tribes of Israel. They have their cities of refuge or huts of safety, where the most deadly foe dare not enter for his victim. They never violate a female captive. And upon the Hebrew principle that their blood shall not be contaminated by interunion. This has been strictly followed in all their wars with the Europeans, Edomites. They also reject the savage practice of civilization upon the lofty principle of manly virtue. See, all the books is telling us we're not supposed to marry Edomites. That's what God said. The medicine bag or pouch is carried by every member of the tribe. It is suspended to a bed belt which crosses the breast by passing over the left shoulder and hanging on the right side. It contains, as they say and believe, preservatives to keep them from sickness or defeat. These also essentially the phylacteries. The reason I'm saying that because the way it's written is like it's one word, and you go to the next part, it continues. It don't give you a hyphenation or anything like that. That's how you got to put it together by yourself. These are essentially to the phylacteries referred to by the Savior and previously condemned by Moses. For the word phylactery is derived from the Greek tongue and denotes a preservative. In the time of Moses, they were worn by his people in great excess. And so by the northern native, and so by the northern native. So it was worn by the southern and northern. Moses checked the excessive use of the preservatives and changed the custom. For by his command, the priesthood alone wore the phylactery, which was at last a frontlet of parchment for the forehead, on which it was written an extract from the laws that those that run might read. Then the absence of all idols and symbolic devices, and the worship of the one God, for example, the Great Spirit. That they pronounce the name Yahweh, but in symbols, and those separated by a long ceremony. Otherwise, YHWH, what does that mean? Why? Because there was no, in ancient Hebrew, there was no vowels, right? So Y is Yah, W. That's how you got the name Yahweh. YHW. Because they sometimes it's A, sometimes it's E. Ain't no A or E, so you got to go. You pronounce it with the Y, the W. Yahweh. YHWH. When it's in their peaceable encampment, it's surrounded by the 12 stones, indicative of the original number of the 12 tribes of their ancestors. This is strictly analogy with the 12 statues, probably rude blocks of stone erected by Moses around the altar of the covenant to personify the 12 tribes of Israel. Joshua, also after the passage of the Jordan, erected 12 stones in his encampment at Gilgal, and the same number of the river at the place of the passage. They select Joshua was part of the northern kingdom. That's why Yahweh's name is Joshua, who hid himself in Ephraim. They select their medicine men, i.e. priests or prophets, from among a portion of the tribe of the not warriors. Here is the custom of the Levites or descendants of Aaron, being in a sacred office of priesthood. For with the Israelites, they were not to be taken from the ranks of soldiery, not soldiers. These aborigines dwell in booths, and when brought out of the land of Egypt, for they are still wanderers. Leviticus 23. Let's go back to our left off. Then the absence of the idols and symbolic devices and worship the one God, example, Great Spirit. They're never pronouncing the name Yahweh, but in symbols, and those separated by long ceremonies, thus truly fulfilling the Hebrew law that you should not take the name of Yahweh your God in vain. Now, since we got the fullness of the gospel, we know that it means more than that now. He said, because you worship me with your mouth, but not with your actions. You have a form of godliness, but not in the power of being like God. The name with them sounds as is written. Pronounce YE-HOH-VAH. There's no vowel. So the YE is Yah, HOH, Ha, no V, Ah, Yahweh. And it's only pronounced by the Aaron of the tribe. In their hymns and rejoicing, the word Alleluia is distinctly uttered. To the foregoing analogies is to be added the general and firm belief in the immortality of the soul. So what is the full is the gospel talking about? What is the sealed books we got now talking about? The immortality of the soul. And he only gave them to his prophets to teach the elect. But beyond all this, as proof of their origin, is the practice of the great covenant between the Almighty Father and the patriarch Abraham via circumcision. And it does not exist as in part of Egypt and the Asiatic, and it does not exist in parts of Egypt and the Asiatic nations. We broke that down the other day. including the one and who is Esau Edom. Because it was taught us that we are these Asiatic nations, but no, these Asiatic nations are talking about the Asians, the Mongolian race. And it does not exist as in part of Egypt and the Asiatic nations for the purpose of supposed health, in parentheses, in which belief it was practiced in ancient Egypt by both sexes, but as a religious custom handed down from time immemorial. The custom now is not general, but it does exist. And we must be understood as referring back to at least to 200 years in our review to the period of the Pilgrim Fathers when the northern Aborigines numbered 15 million. Now they scarcely number 2.5. Remember, the steel portion tells us they lost their people to the lust of the European nations. All the customs, however, noticed are practiced at the present period by the uncontrolled Aboriginal. If all other evidences were not received, that of circumcision as a religious ceremony, must be viewed by the most skeptical as direct proof of identity between the northern Aborigines and the ancient Hebrews. The customs we have written is not general. It is only found in the more settled tribes. This even supports our belief, for it is this very fact in this very fact is traced again the precedent ordained by Moses, for circumcision was discontinued by the great lawgiver for 40 years, during his journey with his fellows through the wilderness. The custom was reestablished by Joshua. May not this innovation by Moses and the covenant custom be imitated by these descendants? Are they not still wanderers in the wilderness in the western, as their ancestors were in the eastern hemisphere? The affirmative have existed for ages, and even now continues. They have not yet returned to Jerusalem. Yes, we have. Now, when was this book written? 1843. Published by Longman, Brown, Green, and Longman's London, Harper and Brothers, New York, Alexander Dunker, Berlin's, and Frederick Klingensiek, Paris, 1843. It was revised and copyrighted in 2012. Forgotten Books. www.forgottenbooks.org. One fact is of the great importance and proof of their great antiquity via they have no knowledge or tradition in the north of the life or crucifixion of the Messiah. That's why they called the lost. It was called the lost sheep of the house of Israel. Yet they have a knowledge of the Deluge and actually practice the laws of Moses. Again, we must repeat that we are writing of these Aborigines as they were at the time of the European colonization. What was that, 1492? The above singular fact enables us at once to place them in a chronological position. It must be after Moses, but before the Savior. But another fact brings their circle of time still narrower, via they have no tradition of the destruction of the first temple of Jerusalem. This event occurred 580 years before Christ. It must therefore be anterior to that national calamity that they trace their origin. See, you got to trace your origin back to the most honorable origin. Of this, hereafter, when the next volume of the history of the Israelites will be given. But even now, justice to this race compels us to offer a few words in their defense as a people, for being already sufficiently shown that they are the great Hebrew family. They may fall in the estimation of some readers upon religious principles. It has been shown that they have no tradition of the crucifixion or of the dissolution of the temple. Is there no sentiment in the mind of the Christian reader as the first fact is unfolded, other than that of the historical data? Upon a moment's thought, it must be apparent that the blood of the Messiah, says Christ, cannot be upon them or their children. Their ancestors never shouted in the streets of Jerusalem, "Crucify him, crucify him." The aboriginals of the north are Israelites in the house of Jeroboam, not Jews. Example, the house of Judah. In distinction of all importance of the pages of the subsequent volume will prove. The custom of scalping cannot be said with truth to be original with the northern native. It has, however, been so asserted as proof that they are more modern as a people than this theory would establish. But the declaration melts into thin air from the fact that both Herodotus and Polybius mention scalping as being practiced among the most ancient nations of the world. The assertion, therefore, has only brought forward its refutation. Scalping was introduced originally by the ancients for the express purpose of counting and recording the number of the foe slain in battle. And especially was this custom practiced by Scythians. This is established on the authority of the accurate Herodotus. For the same reason is the custom followed by aboriginals of the north via to number the slain of the enemy. Again, Scythia was the ancient name for the country now known by the modern name of Tartary. This is important as it will be shown in the text volume in tracing the encampment of the Israelites after their escape from captivity. For in the Scythian Tartary, man, I had this book so long, I ain't never read that before. Now, I guess it's time. Because then I got the one word Tartarians. For in the Scythian Tartary, they will be found. And consequently, the custom may have been derived from their own remote ancestors who attained it from Scythians. The custom with both was, in parentheses, and in the north it still is, only for a trophy of the dead, and therefore the scalp is never taken for a living enemy. Polybius, however, as a draconian record via that upon the occasion of Gisco, the Carthaginian, being made prisoner, together with 700 of his soldiers, they were all scalped alive by the rebel mercenaries under Spondius. The ancients also wore the long scalp locks as the flowing hair to their rude helmet and weapons. The natives of the north do the same as records of their personal victories. This subject has been dwelt upon in order to prove its great antiquity. We may here remark that the mutilation of the dead for the purpose of numbering was nearly a general practice among all the ancients. The Scythian, it has been shown, took the scalp and hairlock, but the Assyrian and Egyptian had other methods, via by the number of ears sent to the king or general. This is glanced at in Ezekiel 23 and 25, but when imposition was practiced by the soldiers of the later nation, in parentheses, after a general rapine or massacre, by sending home the ears of their female victims, to increase their reward upon the supposition of that they had been taken from men. An original custom of recording the slain warriors was then introduced, in parentheses, to check the imposition for providing the sex of the fallen. The latter proof of victory was a condition from David to Saul for obtaining the daughter of the latter in marriage. 1 Samuel 18:25-27. The Hebrew, therefore, followed the custom from the Egyptian, who practiced it previously to David's victory over the Philistines, which was in the year of his marriage, 1063 BC. It is therefore probable that a knowledge of this Egyptian custom may have been obtained by the Hebrews during their bondage in the country. The Exodus took place in 1491 BC. The remote antiquity of these repulsive customs are, therefore, finally established. Scalping is one of them, and so he got it from other nations, and ever has been practiced in Northern America. While upon the subject of war, its worst horror via rapine, it may be here mentioned again, and the eternal honor of the northern aborigines as a stern reproof of the wars of civilization, that they have never been known to violate a female captive among their own race, upon the principle that it placed shame upon the warrior's glory. This noble manhood, has also extended the same mercy to white female prisoners as to those of their own color. Well, they ain't got no problem with me because I don't want to touch them anyway. I don't get off on that. This noble manhood has also extended the same mercy to the white female prisoner as to those of their own color. I thought color didn't matter. For all the books, even from the ancient books, always on my color though. Is there not the ancient Hebrew even in this? And is not their national abhorrence of the interunion with any people but their own traceable to this custom? So our ancestors didn't get off on trying to have sex with other people, no other women from another race. They also, upon the same principle, will not marry or cohabit with the pale face race. They wore pale face again. Or with any not of their own blood. We write of the Aborigines as they were, and of the mass. They may be on the frontiers, some solitary exceptions, at their acquaintance with the Anglo-Saxon race. That's what Most High said. They're going to cause you to go worship other gods. Don't marry him. But oftener among the women than the man. So the women was the one doing it. They the one still doing it. Told you about that story. When I was younger, this Israelite woman, that's what I'm calling Israelite woman, they call it Negro, was cutting my hair one time. This other female, I'm not disrespecting all, but I'm just telling you, this is what he's talking about. This is how they go off. I'm sitting there getting my hair cut, and she talking to me like I'm talking bad about Israelite men, like I'm not sitting there. So yeah, I like them European boys. This boys be cute. The black boys be looking like monkeys. That's her mindset. That's her right to think like that. I'm just trying to tell you, her mind is, as one brother in GMS like, she through. We write of the Aborigines as they were, and of the mass. There may be on the frontier some solitary exceptions after their acquaintance with the Anglo-Saxon race. Same thing happened to Eve. When she saw Satan in the books of remembrance, who didn't have the image of the Messiah, she thought he looked like he was something she never saw before. His looks captivated her. Talks about that in the books of remembrance. But oftener among the women than the men. This arises not from less virtue than the opposite sex, but with shame be it written, from the seduction, treachery, and desertion by the European. Most truly might be a chieftain reply to a missionary who endeavored to convert a tribe. Teach us what? My son has been murdered. My daughter ravished by the white man. Learn first yourself to obey the mandates of humanity and prove that we do not practice them. Then come among us to preach or teach, and we will receive you with open arms. When shall we meet again upon this condition? On earth, white man, never. The marriage of the Virginian Aboriginal Pocahontas. Let me look for. I'm just reading what's in the book, people. You get mad, that's on you. I'm just reading. Now I'm going to show you images of this woman called Anaconda. The house where Anaconda, the chief, and the chiefs were. That's a sister right there. From Revealing America's Dark Skin Past. Page 21. The marriage of the Virginian Aboriginal Pocahontas was after her baptism in the Christian faith. So we got a lot of people who don't want to get baptized right now. No, that the Most High, he told us to get baptized. It's just don't get baptized in the Christian faith. Because after all, they didn't have no religion. They got that from us. They just made it fit them. That's why when you get baptized by them, you're getting baptized by the devil. And the sealed portion that told John said, come and be baptized anew out of the church. The marriage of the Virginian Aboriginal Pocahontas was after her baptism in the Christian faith, and consequently can not be brought to bear against the preceding remarks. Many other religious customs and ceremonies exist in a minor character, yet strictly in the analogy of the race of Abraham. But enough has been brought forward in his volume to propose these, in Corinthians, as we believe, unanswerable questions. If they are not the lost tribes of Israel, who are they? What nation of ancient history can claim and identify those customs and observance as their own, if not the Hebrew? Page 22. Then in regard to the physique of the race, they possess the essential characteristics of the ancient Hebrew in regard to physiognomy. The broad and elevated forehead, the aquiline nose, the high cheekbones, brilliant red countenance, and teeth pure as ivory, black hair, and dark and heavy eyebrow, the sunken but brilliant eye, like a diamond within a ring of pearl, and both deep set beneath a brow of ebony. See, dark-skinned people. Their figures in youth from their mother's care are models for the Apollo. And should the statue be lost in parentheses and with all casts of engravings, it can be restored from a living archer, for the attitude of the sun god is daily assumed by them from the impulse of nature when they wing their arrows at the pythons of the chase. The reader must not imagine that our enthusiasm upon the subject has betrayed us into the language of poetic rhapsody. For we have the authority of, in parentheses, apart from our own experience, in Benjamin West, who, when he first arrived at Rome to commence his studies, was regarded as a savage from the New World. In order to surprise him, the statue of Apollo was shown to him with great ceremony by the savants, who expected that he would be overwhelmed with wonder. His simple remark was, "Why? It is a model from a young North American Indian." It was the highest compliment that could have been given to the grave and dignity of the statue. The grace and dignity of the statue, Solaki. The color of the ancient Israelite must not be judged by that of modern Jew. He's not pale-faced. For various climates, local circumstances, and confined habitations, has given the latter a dark, heavy, swarthy countenance. And even in the Middle Age, they are bent to figure, but the ancient light red tint may be but the original of the sunburnt features of the Aboriginals. And they, from their forest life, which at least 80 years before old age compels them, to see their shadow as they walk. The words of the good friend William Penn may be given as a peculiar and powerful authority. After his first and celebrated interview with the northern native, he wrote to England the following sentences in reference to them. See, that's why the Most High gives the prophets his spirit, Because I read these books, these Edomites already read them. That's why they act like they know about them. But they ain't got the spirit to get the mysteries. That's what we for. I found them with like continents of the Hebrew race, and their children of so lively a resemblance to them, etc. At this and no other time did the thought of their being of the lost tribes of Israel enter into his imagination. The sentences, therefore, are of great importance for the fact that they were not originally written by him to support any theory in reference to the Aborigines, but merely asserted in his letter from a strong impression of apparent truth, and which fact to the founder of Pennsylvania was a subject of astonishment, and there rested. For to him they were Hebrew or Gentile. His kind of philanthropic heart. This proves that when he's talking about the Gentiles in the scriptures, when it pertained to us, he's talking about us, Hebrews, who didn't know who we were. Because he even told you we brown-skinned people, dark-skinned people. His kind and philanthropic heart taught him to view them as a branch of the human family, and that to him was sufficient for forming a bond of amity. His memory is cherished by the Aborigines of to this day as the good friend. The reader may remember the historical painting by West of his celebrated interview. It is worthy of the subject represented. Page 24. The bold style and metaphorical character of their oratory is essentially Hebrew. An attempt to illustrate their eloquence will be found in the historical tragedy of Tecumseh. Their undaunted and chivalric personal courage is the very counterpart of the events upon the plains of Jericho, or in the fourth after times before the walls of Jerusalem. Then their godlike love of perfect freedom, the spirit of Jerusalem, or the spirit of Jeroboam. What was the spirit of Jeroboam? Their godlike love of perfect freedom. Did not die in the first rebel lion and the victory against tyranny. See, that's the spirit of Christ. He hated that life. Of being persecuted. It lives in his nation's descendants in the north. Amen. At invasion or encroachment, they rise as one man to crush their oppressor. And which fact every record from Pilgrim Father to the present day will testify. In all their battles, and their name is Legion, they have disputed the ground inch by inch, and even their women have fought and fallen in their ranks. Every chief was a Judas Maccabees or an Eleazar Saravan. Now, in every physical characteristic of the northern did the Mexican differ. They bore no analogy as being of the same race, either in feature, courage, endurance, or general religion. In Mexican America, Cortez, with only 500 Spanish soldiers and those warned and dispersed, drove 50,000 Mexicans from the field of Atamba. They fled like snowflakes before the wind when their standard was seized by the Spaniard. But in the north, the fight was man to man, and no retreat, death or victory, Jerusalem or the grave. Every chieftain of the north, even upon the supposition of the flight from a superior foe, either in number or prowess, may be imagined to have uttered the last word of Judas Maccabees. He quoted from the Apocrypha. When in his final battle he was opposed by 20 times his own force, God forbid that I should do this thing and flee from them. If our time be come, let us die manfully for our brethren and not stain our honor. A modern day poet wrote something like this. Busted you, bone. Let's clear these niggas out. If I'm full of short, I'm just short. Ice Cube, the poet. Some of the Mexican nations worship idols and knew not God. For they sacrifice human beings to propitiate their savage deities. Not so the noble northerners. They worship the one God, who declared the first lawgiver. You should have no other God before me. And the only human sacrifice is the invader of their land and birthright. And their only human sacrifice is the invader of their lands and birthright. The only two analogies that existed between the Northern and Mexican America, the North and Mexican America, and which might apparently destroy and prevent the proof of this theory are first, circumcision, and second, the similitude of language. In the North, circumcision, as we have shown, is a religious custom only. In the Mexican territories, it was both optional and religious. This strange and apparent stumbling block in the way of proving that they are of a different race will be removed as we proceed. For so far from injuring the proofs of the theory, it absolutely supports them, as does also the analogy and language. These important points via circumcision and language will be met in their respective places and in an original manner of application, for they form two of the most substantial evidences and were the primitive causes for our belief in the subject contemplated by this work, and especially in reference to that portion having Christianity for its basis. Page 26. An essential contrast between the Aborigines is the fact that in the North they have, in parentheses, as already stated, no tradition of the crucifixion, while in the other portion of the continent, in parentheses, and for centuries before the rediscovery by Columbus, they had a perfect knowledge of every particular of the life and death of Christ. And again, in this part of the continent, there are stone architectural ruins. In the North, there are none. They possess there but embankments, Marathonian mounds, and tumuli. These undeniable and characteristic opposites in Northern and Mexican America, increased by the late discovery of the ruined cities of Guatemala and the adjacent province, together with the 15 years of personal observance in America, to which may be added a practical knowledge of the fine arts, enthusiasm in research, and mature reflections upon the entire subject, have authorized the formation of, in parentheses, as we believe, an original theory concerning the history of the aborigines of the two great divisions of the Western Hemisphere, and for unfolding of the present volume we state: 1. That they consist of two distinct races or people. This will be without doubt admitted from the facts in the previous pages. 2. That the South America, nationally speaking, in parentheses, included what is at present called Central America, and as a consequence, the ancient cities now in ruins belonged to the same general empire. 3. That South, or in parentheses, as we have termed in the preceding pages, Mexican America, was inhabited and anterior to that of the North. 4. That the aborigines of Mexican America and the West Indies Islands were the ancient Tyrians of Phoenicia, and that they landed on the Western continent from their native country more than 2,000 years ago. This is confirmed by tradition, analogies, history, and prophecy. Reasoning upon the causes that we have led to the new historical theory and the conclusions arising therefrom, a new chronological and epochian table as a necessity is required for the history of the Western Hemisphere and its inhabitants, at least to the time of Columbus. Not desiring, however, to anticipate any interest derivable from the investigation of this work, the progressive epochs will be given in the volumes devoted to their illustration. The present volume contemplates the first epoch only, is announced in the following page, and the reader will do himself but justice, in parentheses, apart from the author, by not rejecting the startling theory until, in parentheses, at least, the proofs or arguments have been received and analyzed, upon which investigation the writer will submit with all humility to the decision of the public and of their all-powerful champion, the press. Chapter 3, First Epoch, the Tyrian Era, before Christ, 332 years. The landing in Mexican, i.e. Central America, are the ancient Tyrians of Phoenicia, and the building of the city's temple and pyramids, the ruins of which have lately been discovered. Arrangement of facts, arguments for the present volume. In the endeavor to establish this important epoch, recourse must be had to the same train of argument as that used in the preceding pages, via that where the written law does not exist, that which is unwritten must be brought forward as evidence to support and sustain conclusions, and to this must be added the powerful witness of strong and perfect analogy for the essential purpose of identity, believing that the reader is convinced that the natives of North America are of the distinct race to those inhabiting the other portions of the continent, as already illustrated by the contrast in their religious and political policies. And even by their physical analogies, the necessity now arises of completely identifying those of Mexican America as we have slightly those of the North. Sufficient, however, for the division of the races in the preceding title of the first epoch of this history, is not only stated the nation from which they came, but even the year in which they landed. To support these startling assertions, to make their truth apparent to the reader, to convince this understanding and crush all doubts that even history may place the volume written within her archives, requires a basis of argument which should be rock built, that the superstructure about to be raised, while invites, may yet resist, in parentheses, not defy, the storms and shafts of criticism, but as a strong, committed edifice requires the warm influence of the sun to secure the component parts. So do we look for the sun smile from the just and mild eye of the truth critics, which will not glance upon the only eye part of the composition, but view each as required to the form of the consistency of the entire building. And when the edifice is finished, whether the entablature will remain blank or bear our humble name is not for us to determine or command, yet in reference to the latter and natural hope, the sentiment of the senator of Utica will direct us, that if we cannot command success, at least we'll endeavor to deserve it. The following investigation and arrangement of argument are required for the elucidation of this epoch, and then from the summary of evidence, and from that only the reader as a jury will form his verdict via 1. Are the fine arts of sufficient authority to be received as evidence for establishing historical records or events? The fact of the discovery of the ruined cities in Mexican America, their description, locality, and character established, the religious and national analogies and traditions between the ancient Tyrians and the Mexican Aborigines will be investigated and their identity established. The Mexican innovations upon the customs of the Tyrians will be explained. The general history of Phoenicia, but especially the political and commercial history of the kingdom of Tyrus, its rise and fall analyzed. The cause of Tyrian migration. See, the Most High going to judge Tyrus. He said Tyrus is going to bring our wealth into us. They'll be first waiting on to bring in our wealth on their ships. The cause of the Tyrian migration to the Western Hemisphere, the means whereby, the date wherein it was accomplished, the means of concealing the secret of their discovery of the Western continent from the Asiatics and Europeans, the building of their first altars, temples, pyramids, and palaces, and which have remained as unknown in the history of the world for a full 2,150 years. The new discovery of the fulfillment of 5 additional prophecies by Isaiah identified and established by the proof that the Tyrian epoch of this history of ancient America. A recapitulation of the entire subject and summary of the various evidences of the truth of the Tyrian theory founded upon the analogies, traditions, history, and prophecy. And lastly, the fulfillment of the Tyrian prophecies of Isaiah in the Western Hemisphere also establishes that with the division of the Aborigines into 2 races, Tyrian and Israelitish, and their conquerors. The actual accomplishment of Noah's malediction and his prophecy of the human family. These astounding and new discovered facts will form a concluding chapter for the complete annihilation of the atheistical denial of the prophetic truths. These prophetic facts are not essential to the support of this history. They are but the seal of the document. Chapter 4, the fine arts, the authorities for historical records investigated and established. Section 1, architecture and sculpture. If it were possible to place within the Ephesian temple every historical book, manuscript, and engraving in the world, and then the sacrilegious torch of a modern Erostratus should entirely consume them, whereby the only apparent knowledge to be obtained would be from tradition. Yet the marble and stone quarries of the earth have issued those volumes composed and fashioned by the hands of man that will restore the progressive history of the arts and civilizations. Architecture has erected his lofty temples, palaces, and mansions, and sculpture has, with her magic wand, charmed and adorned them with historic facts, legends, and romance. The former planned the porticos, columns, and proportions. Remember we talked about in the one with the Torah, he said a lot of that was false history. But the latter was power whereby they fashioned and embellished. Architecture by this peculiar characteristic gives intelligence as we wander amid his work, that we are on the land of Egypt or the plains of Pastia. On the Archpolis or Athens or land of Romulus and Colosseum, and whether we gaze upon the sky-pointing pyramid, the stern and graceful Doric, the Iconic of the Eleusis, or the Acanthus crown Corinthian, they one and all have voices of oracular power, proclaiming to the classic scholar the nation from which they arose to life and beauty. Even the horizontal and curved lines of the architecture have their special records, for they state the time and the history of the arts when they were erected, even without a sculptured cipher. For the level lines of the Cylopean and Egyptian walls, with their attendant apertures, give certain knowledge that they were erected before the principle of the Grecian art was known or practiced. Sculpture has a more harmonious voice than of her stern concert. The graceful bride, those rock-ribbed cradle amid the Parian hills, whose virgin youth reposed upon the Halcyonian marble of Pentelicus, has a voice of warm yet chaste simplicity. Her tones are as sweet as from lips first nourished by Hymettus heel. Yet at times they speak with all solemnity of her consort, around whom she fondly clings, as the ivy around the oak, and like that plant and tree, the sculpture vine preserves for ages the character of the marble monarch of the arts, even at her broad spreading authority has been broken and humbled to the earth by time and desolation, or these two destroying powers may be viewed as Regan and Gabriel, with architecture is the lyre, and sculpture the cordelia of the arts. Even as a note of music struck from a chord of nurture vibrates to the earth, in like manner does the voice of sculpture reach an echo around the walls of life. It is poetry's dispassion. It speaks of God and his works, of man in his intelligence and glory, of woman in her charity and beauty. It speaks of language which unlettered may translate, while to her more subdued or secret tones, the disciples of her heavenly power have but to listen. I behold her actions of utterance as developed in her free or disparate limbs to give the history of her thoughts, nor have those thoughts or attitudes, chaste as the marble they inhabit, ever been conquered by the lust of luxury. That unworthy conquest was reserved for the false disciples of her faith, yet not over herself, but her fair handmade painting. But architecture and sculpture have lived on, severe and chaste, stern and graceful, majestic and beautiful, as when they were first created from the Eden of the mind. No sword of wrath has driven them forth to wander as outcasts, but as messengers of peace. They have visited every clime. They have raised their temples in cities in every land, subject to one power only, the insatiate monster of the earth, time, the twin born with creation, and who will be the last mourner of nature, in her name. Yet even when their children have been struck down, like Noebs, by the shafts of faith, still how beautiful in ruins. Although prostrate upon the earth, yet even in death they have voices as speaking from the tomb. But the parents still live on, ever young and immortal, and can point to the proud remains of their children, their fallen children, and with the voice of historic truth proclaim their faithless epitaph and character. Egypt, my firstborn and consort of the Nile. While the pyramids and temples shall remain, and they will even to the final tempest of the world, you should be identified from among all the nations of the earth. Athens, my favorite daughter, and to the rock of the Acropolis shall fall. Your classic beauties, around which have gleamed the meridian splendor of the mind, will proclaim that Minerva, Plato, Pericles, and Phidias were your own. Palmyra, my third joy. Although the wild Arab sleeps within the roofless dwelling, with the whirling sands for his nightly mantle, yet while their porticos, arcs, and colonnades shall be seen, the city of the desert will live in memory, for the spirits of Longinus and Zenobia will be there. Rome, my warrior son. Your ancient glory lives in the recorded evidence of your parents' art. For amid the ruined columns of your form glide the spectral forms of Romulus, Junius, Virginus, and Brutus, Cato, and Caesarea. Through your arch move those Septimus, Vespasian, Titus, and Constantine. And does you not speak to all the world from the solemn historic voice of your giant Colosseum? But beyond all this, from the ashes of your former magnificence. Like the phoenix upon the spot of martyrdom, you have risen in double splendor to the glory of the Savior and the faith of the apostle, to the triple fame and Bramantine, Raphael, and Angelio. These are the still living metropolitans, records of bygone days from the heathen of the Christian. They cannot be rejected. For them we trace and prove the areas of the world. Sculpture is also her own prerogative, apart and separate from her Lord as a dower right, a jointure power of instruction, and what immoral pupils has she not produced? They stand as the models of art and intellect, each unapproached, solitary, and beautiful. The human eye contemplates them with the chaste wonder of creation's daughter, Eve. But from the banks of Eden's limpid waters, she first gazed upon the mirrored image of herself, the juniper of the Elias, the Minerva and the triple fates of the Parathon and the Medicean Venus, and her of the Bath, the gentle Antinous, and Athenian Phoenician, the Pythonian Victor, sun-clad Apollo, the serpent-strangled priests and sons of Troy, all speak the intellectual power of their mistress, and even the poor Roman captive, the death-struck gladiator, has been raised by her magic wand from the sandy death bed of the Colosseum to live on, unconquered to all posterity. Sculpture is a title not only applicable to statuary, but to every kind of architectural stone ornament and every stage towards its completion, from the rough coral back block to the polished marble of the frieze of Peniment. This being admitted, how vast and unlimited is the field for historic contemplation, the antiquary, when he removes the trodden earth from the moldering tomb to place the deeds of heroes, or from the antique gem or metal, raises the light from beneath the dark dust of ages, the bold outline of an imperial head, or within the lava-colored city, a hidden statue from beneath the veil of the centuries burst upon his bewildered sight. He still remembers that sculpture was the creative power. The traveler who pauses in silent wonder as he views the Egyptian pyramids, in parentheses, blocks of stone raised to perpetuate a nameless king, turns with redoubled pleasure to contemplate the sculptured marble of Tintria, in the sight of whose shines the followers of Napoleon felt amply rapid for the dangers they had passed, although the Assyrian kings have for ages been covered with the sands of their desert, and wandering Arab sleeps unmolested in the shade of Palmyra's columns, unconscious of his mighty mansion, yet her temples and porticos speak loudly for the living thing or the living truth of his Tauric marble, Greece, the wonder of the classic age. Let's see. Man, it's got so much information. Let me go to the next book. Because I just got caught up in the reading. I was supposed to stop before then. But I just kept on reading. So let's go ahead and one word to Terry. Greatest civilization ever to be erased from history by James W. Lee. Page 78. '77 and 78. Start with Man. A monthly record of anthropological science published under the direction of the Royal Anthropological Institute of Great Britain and Ireland. Original article with plate D, Physical Anthropology by Stewart. Negro skeletal remains from Indian sites in the West Indies by T.D. Stewart, Division of Physical Anthropology, United States National Museum, Washington, D.C. 52. The recent paper in this journal by Buxton, Trevor, and Julian, Man, 1938-47, implies that undeformed Negroid physical type inhabited the Virgin Islands in pre-Columbian time. Not only in this implication contrary to the previously accepted findings for the Antillean era, in parentheses as will be shown later, but it also fails to give adequate consideration to the possibility of these skeletal remains representing intrusive Negroid burials. The mere presence of the skeletons in a sand or shell mound of Indian origin, lacking careful stratigraphic records, is not certain evidence of primary association with the accompanying artifacts. However, moreover, I venture to say that few physical anthropologists familiar with American Indian skulls would mistake for Indians those illustrated by Buxton, Trevor, and Julian. Indeed, most physical anthropologists would probably be less conservative and say Negro instead of Negroid. Goes to the bottom, it says, the American Negro or Indian, this I've done enough to prove it now, or M-U-U-R, then it says, or Mongolian, Tartarian, is the oldest man on earth. The oldest chromosome on earth was found in a man from South Carolina and is unrelated to African lineages. There are more pyramids, page 78, in the Americas than anywhere else. The Mayak, or Z as in Mexico, conquered the Nile Valley, Arabia, Afghanistan, India, Vietnam, and Cambodia. The statues of Buddha are simply images of Osiris, the ruler who conquered the known world in a remote epoch of human history. There are many sources of Old Testament takes place in the Americas. Mexico is the original land of the American Negro, who is the Olmec, the Aztec, Toltec, etc. In North America, he is the Algonquin, Choctaw, Wachita, Pequot, Wapana, Linipilepe, Aracos, etc. The Spanish and Portuguese captured and sold what they called Negro de Terro into European slave market. The Dutch and English didn't even enter Africa until the late 1700s. Yet slavery started in 1492. Columbus was a Portuguese Moor, M-W-O-R, Slaggy, M-O-O-R, Slaggy, M-O-O-R. He's a Portuguese M-O-O-R Moor named Salvatore Ferdinand Zarco. Just trying to separate the page. And many of the European monarchs in Europe were also Negroes who came to America as they were being pushed out of Europe by white European Catholics. The conquistadors were sent to the West Indies to destroy the kingdoms of the blacks. Of course, that's just a definition, or that's a description. And reduced them to servitude and slavery. It was known as Dum Diversas, the doctrine of discovery. An inquisition and gave Catholics kingdoms. So it said Catholic kingdoms are the white Catholic Christians. The right to murder, rape, enslave, or torture all those not under the authority of the Vatican and the Pope. America is the old world, and Columbus called his first voyage the last crusade to conquer the holy lands of Mexico and Peru, which means Perheru or House of Heru or Jerusalem, or Tehuti or Thot or Osagio, which became Jerusalem. It is also known as the navel of the world. Tetuacan means city of Tehuti or Thot or Tenochtitlan, which became Mexico City, means city of Enoch. Mexico is the name for Moses, for Mexi like Moshe. The Old Testament contains volcanoes, corn, bear, tobacco, and all which are native to America. Excuse me. Utah is Judah and contains the city of Moab. The Great Salt Lake is the Dead Sea. There are more pyramids and megalithic structures in the Americas than anywhere else, including the Nile Valley. The NWO tells the story backwards. The Negro is the Indian, or copper-colored indigenous people of the Americas, who is actually a redskin. Many think black people are black, yet there are many shades of copper, which is the color of the earth. If you look in the old dictionaries, you will see that nigger and Indian were synonyms, and that colored is simply short for copper colored. Otherwise, it's telling you, if you call yourself an Indian, you're really saying you're a nigger. Because he told you Christopher Columbus he named you Indian. And you got people out there telling you, yeah, call yourself an Indian to claim your stuff back. And you're not going to get it under Indian. It does identify you, though, because Most High said the bywords will describe you. And the whole question of the book I just read to you is who are the real people? He said Mexican is a byword. I read it to you. Indian is a byword. I read it to you. They said we got to find out who these real people are. What do God call? What's their real name? Why do you think they keep changing our titles from India to Negro to colored to African American? The MUUR, Negro, is the most copied man on the earth. It don't say that, it says the MOR, but that's called by the Romans. Just like the word Indian and Negro and all these other names they call us by the Romans. Page 75, it says, black people are indigenous to the Americas. This is a description. We're not even black, though. Black Native Americans are not a result of the so-called red Indian mixing with slaves. The so-called red Indian comes from mixing with the Europeans, colonists, and the Asians that were in America before Columbus. They weren't in America before us, though. That's why I called them Mongols. Page 31. Now, in the eyes of the hijacked Hebrew Templars, also known the Holy Roman Empire, the Habsburg dynasty, the Holy Land, was in possession of infidels. They said also known as Muslim Moors, M-U-U-Rs. We wasn't Muslim. We always been Israelites. They're going to tell you who we are. Therefore, they were authorized via dumb diverses of 1452 to take our Israelite Jerusalem, the America/Grande, away from the M-U-U-Rs, the capital M-U-U-Rs, who were Saracens. Also read the dumb diverses, which was authorized to subject them to perpetual servitude, slavery. The dumb diverses was authorized who authorized the Templar Knights of Christ to conquer the Saracens and pagans, take their possessions, and subject them to perpetual servitude, slavery. Thus, papal bull, and none of them were ever rescinded until 2014, and really completed by 2019. 2020, that last pope took off the title of Vicar of Christ. And then they was confessing by necessity that we are the Israelites, that we are sovereign. But for the rest who don't know, that's why you still are in the current problem that the MURs in America face. It's Saracens, whom are the red ones, also the lost tribe of Israel. He just told you who we are. That's the most honorable origin. That's why they fighting so hard from keeping. Yeah, why they don't fight to say that you're Indian and none of that stuff? They got a problem though when you start talking about you the lost tribe of Israel. Wow, that's your most honorable origin. This papal bull was issued against the capital MUURs, as Saracens, in order to take their Israelite Jerusalem away from us, which was Granada. Page 32, the Cherokee were the real Romans, and they built all of the Greco-Roman architecture and Cherokee Gothic architecture in the Americas. See what's going on for me. Going to a book called The Indians of Louisiana. Go to page 105. Cherokee. The Cherokee were a powerful, detached tribe of the Araucanian family, formerly holding the whole mountain region of South Alleghenies in Southwest Virginia, West North Carolina and South Carolina, Northern Georgia, East Tennessee, and Northeast Alabama as far as the Ohio River. The tribal name is a corruption of Tesalagi or Tasaragi, the name by which they commonly called themselves, and which may be derived from the Choctaw cave people, an allusion to the numerous caves in their mountain country. They sometimes also call themselves Aniyawaya, real people, or Anikitawega, people of Kitawa, one of their most important ancient settlements. Their northern kinsmen, the Iraqis, called them Ayatagariana, inhabitants of the cave country. The Delawares and connected tribes called them Kitawa, from the settlement already noted. They seem to be identical with the Ricahawkans, who invaded central Virginia in 1658, and with the ancient Tigagui of Delaware tradition, who are thought to have been driven southward from upper Ohio River, ridden by the combined forces of the Iraqis and Delaware. The language has three principal dialects. One, Elati, or Lower, spoken on the heads of Savannah River in South Carolina and Georgia. Two, Middle, spoken chiefly on the waters of the Tuckasegee River in the West North Carolina, and now prevailing dialect of the East Cherokee Reservation. Three, Itali, mountain or upper, spoken through most of the upper Georgia, East Tennessee, and extreme West South Carolina. The lower dialect was the only one that had the R sound. It's now extinct. The upper dialect is that which has been exclusively used in the native literature of the tribe. Give you a little brief, he says, history. There seems to have been Cherokee migration legend similar to that of the Creeks, according to that which the tribe entered their historic seats with some region towards the northeast. In 1540, De Soto seems to have passed through only one town that had a Cherokee name, but Juan Pardo in 1566 learned of another, Tenescu, which had a Cherokee appearance, may have given its name to the Tennessee River. Continuous contact between the Cherokee and the whites began after the Virginia was settled, when traders from that colony commenced to work their way to the Appalachian Mountains. All right, let's see what we had now. Page 118 through 119. Choctaw. The Choctaw are the largest Muskegon tribe in North America, along with the Cherokees, Chickasaws, Creek, and Seminoles. They were one of the 5 civilized tribes as they adopted white culture more rapidly than other tribes. The Choctaw began moving into Louisiana not long after the settlement of New Orleans, temporarily at first, especially after the territory east of the Mississippi River had been ceded to Great Britain. Some settled on the northern shore of Lake Pontchartrain, where a few remain. Other bands settled in Nexpackey, Red River, Bayou Boeuf, and elsewhere. Most of these drifted into the time of the Choctaw Nation of Oklahoma. The Choctaws were closely related to the Chickasaws, and originally they have been one tribe. Many of their customs are similar, but the Chickasaws were more warlike. They just told you the Choctaw was the priestly tribe. This is the priestly tribe was not to be warriors. So the Chickasaw was part of the Choctaw, but the Chickasaw are the warriors. Their legends state that they integrated to their territory in South Mississippi from Aris Northwest, they probably arrived sometimes around the 8th or 9th century AD. What has especially intrigued many theologian scholars is comparisons between this exodus and the biblical one. According to the legend, the Choctaws followed a great pole to lead them southwest. When they arrived at the chosen spot, the great pole stood completely upright. This compares to the pillar of cloud and fire Moses and the Hebrews followed in Canaan. Governmentally, they operated under a system of dual governments, one for peace and one for war, like the Cherokee. However, not much is known about the actual the details of this government. Socially, they were organized into two phratries under which were several clans. Marriages had to occur outside the clan, and apparently membership in the clan descended maternally. A mother had no control over his children. It's like a father had no control over his children. Children obeyed their oldest material uncle. Although morally was not strict, moral deviates were not tolerated. A husband had the right to expel his adulterous wife. The most interesting aspect of their religious life, which was generally similar to the Chickasaws, was their burial customs. The dead body was set on a scaffold where it stayed for several days until the flesh had decomposed. Then the family gathered around where a bone picker, special old man or woman, tattooed the designated position and who grew long fingernails for this purpose, would mount the scaffold and clean the bones of flesh. The skull was then painted vermilion and the bone placed in a bone house. Poles decorated with wreaths were placed around the grave to aid the soul of his ascent. In their village life, each household had two houses, one for winter and the other for summer, like the Chickasaw. The winter house was circular to conduct a moist heat. The summer house was rectangular. Agriculture was the main male's business. Corn was the principal crop. They also hunted and fished. Though they were generally peaceful, it was conceded everywhere that they were skillful warriors, an ability they had developed to survive constant attacks by the Chickasaw. Most wars fought were defensive rather than offensive. So that's how the Most High said his warriors, he only sent you on the defensive, not the offensive. See a portion chapter 27. Their first white contact was De Soto in 1500s. They also had very close relations with the French. Red Shoes, an important Choctaw, tried to start an English party among the Indians, but failed. Later, in the early 19th century, Tecumseh tried to get them to join his revolution. But out of thousands of warriors, only 30 joined him. Several Choctaws were noted for their outstanding statesmanship, among the Pushamatash, who is buried in the Congressional Cemetery in Washington. In 1830, the Choctaws under Chief Dancing Rabbit were forced. I wish I could saw him there with a name like that. In 1830, the Choctaws under Chief Dancing Rabbit were forced to accept a sham treaty similar to the Cherokee Treaty of New Ecota, ceding their lands to the United States. It was ratified by a minority of the Choctaws, And when the rest tried to protest, President Jackson refused to recognize them. They were removed to Indian Territory, now Oklahoma. They were established a constitutional form of government similar to the United States structure, which they refused to abandon until Oklahoma joined the Union in 1912. History. The Choctaw were one of the most powerful tribes in what is now in southeastern United States. The first white man to encounter them, Hernando de Soto, fought a fierce battle with the Choctaw in 1540. The Indians, although defeated, terrorized the Spanish. After 1700, the Choctaw tribe was caught between the cleverly divided by the French and English. After 1780, the tribe was caught in a similar situation between the United States and the Spanish interests. Between 1783 and 1830, the Choctaw signed a series of 8 treaties which gave away most of their land. The Treaty of Dancing Rabbit Creek in 1830, which provided for the removal of the tribes to Oklahoma, included a provision allowing those so choosing to remain in Mississippi. The last group to move left to Mississippi in 1903, and from then until 1916, the remaining Choctaw were largely forgotten. A series of epidemics brought the tribe to the attention of the Senate, prompting an investigation. In response to the dreadful conditions revealed, federal money was appropriated for schools and services to the tribe. See, now you got to realize, too, that's what Donald Trump was saying. They don't like Indians to me. The tribe is and has been predominantly architectural, raising crops typical to the area, squashes, beans, corn. The Choctaw dislike war and prefer to settle disputes through negotiation. Their game is stickball, an often deadly sport which used to settle differences between tribes. The tribe is democratic and places women in prominent, rather powerful positions. A part of the mound builders culture, the Choctaw are the builders of the Nina, Waya, and Mother Mound from which the first Choctaw was supposedly born. Choctaw all learned their own language first, in English in school, so that most of the tribe is at least bilingual. Man, let me see. Well, there's a lot more to read, but I'll share from there. So I'm just giving you a precept or preludes to the scriptures. They already tell you that we're the Israelites. Let's go where else we're going. Revealing America's dark-skinned past. Let me get a little water first, people. Mouth a little dry. Revealing America's Dark-Skinned Past, Volume 2, The Columbian Era, Red Silver Fox, Thunderbird. Dark-Skinned People of the Americas. In any case, between the years of 1492 and 1501, at least 3,000 Native Americans were known to be shipped to Europe, with the likely total possibly double that. Most were sent to the Seville area, where they seemed to show up in the slave market as Negroes. What most people don't realize is Negro was a terminology that was used to describe the indigenous people of the Americas. Up until the 17th century, terminologies They were used to describe people of non-racial origin because one's appearance, as a means of identification and specification, was more significant than the racial ideology. Anyone with a dark complexion, regardless of their country or origin, was called Negro. And also with the misnomer Indian, Negro was used to define the indigenous people. We make a huge mistake when we apply a 21st century Edomite reasoning and definition. We make a huge mistake when we apply 21st century sensibilities to terminology that were created in the past. There were many terms and many different languages that were utilized to define the people of color here in the United States. And many times these terms' meanings changed over time. The beginning of the book tells it changed to fit the Edomites. They changed, that's why they changed it. Some terms like Pardo, Loro, Preto, Moreno, just to mention a few, were all terms used to define people of dark complexion that have since become obsolete. Even the terminology brown, as used to define people, is not used in the same manner it was used in the 1600s. In actual practice, English brown was originally a very dark complexion, a very dark color. Mulatto is another terminology that started out meaning the mixture of Native Americans and Africans, which eventually became to mean the mixture of whites and blacks. It is interesting to note that here the English terminology black became to be used in an all-encompassing way to describe the shades of a people of color. What is also fascinating is how it has been concealed that indigenous people of the Americas were once considered to be Negroes, that they were the first slaves utilized in the Americas, and their transportation to Spain began what was originally termed the African slave trade, but has since been properly named the transatlantic slave trade. One of the most prevalent fallacies in North American history is the story surrounding Christopher Columbus and the people he encountered. It is interesting to note that early 20th century histories were stating that Christopher Columbus was trying to prove that the world was round. However, late 19th century historical writings of Columbus, not school textbooks in parentheses, make no mention of this revelation. They do, however, tell in great detail of the carnage that took place on the islands during Columbus' reign. They also describe in detail of the hospitableness of the indigenous people, the gentle nature of the indigenous people, in parentheses, until they had to defend themselves, and that the indigenous people were considered Negroes. All right, so looking for that confession by the Roman Catholic post-trial attorney. Black people, you've been conned. This is about your fathers have inherited lies. Black people, you've been conned by Anna Von Ritz, the Roman Catholic post-trial attorney. Well, We've all been conned, but you've been conned more than the rest of us. Why? You the children of Israel. From everything I've seen, Martin Luther King Jr. took half a loaf, a grant of civil rights, and that, at least temporarily, prevented recognition of the natural and inalienable rights actually owed to black people. But you ain't gonna get it as a black people. Maybe he thought none. Maybe he saw it as a stepping stone to eventually have the natural and inalienable rights of all people recognized and honored. Well, never know what MLK knew or what he thought about this issue, but certain other things are sure. It's certain that the Democratic Party that so many black and colored people identify with, who did they say the Choctaw identify with? The Democrats. I read it to you. It's certain that the Democratic Party that so many black and colored people identify with and support has in fact been their primary political opponent for decades. Look at the history. Look at the voting records. Seal Portion said both of them is two sides of the same coin in that system. But she's talking about the Democrats. It was Democrats that engineered conferring municipal citizenship on black people following the Civil War. That's how she's always talking about 150 years ago. Effectively making them publicly owned slaves instead of privately owned slaves. It was Democrats who substituted civil rights for natural and inalienable rights too. Civil rights are merely privileges conferred by the municipal Congress. And they can be taken away from the municipal Congress on a whim. But your natural and inalienable rights come from nature, and nature's God, Yahweh. Think about it. You've been snookered. You don't need to be a United States citizen. You don't need to be a municipal citizen. It was conferred on you. But you never needed it. And if you knew what it entailed, why you don't need it? Because you're the real American. If you knew what it entailed, you would never want it either. You can choose to exercise your birthright political status as Americans instead. You can be truly free and have your natural and inalienable rights respected and protected. You can claim your own assets for your own benefit, like every other American. You simply need to know that you have that choice, and then you need to make it. You are the American Israelite. If you don't want to accept it, I am. I'm an American Israelite. From the house of Joseph and the tribe of Ephraim. They came from the house of Jacob. Let's go to the history of ancient America anterior to the time of Columbus. Well, I already read that. Let's go somewhere else real fast. For something else I was looking for. Yeah, right here. The North American Indian, back to the 10 tribes of Israel, by Timothy R. Jenkins, I'll start out from page 1. Yes, this is like preface. That's what it is, preface. Many years ago, the attention of the compiler of the following pages was first called to the subject by hearing a lecture derived by the highly educated Cherokee Indian on the manners and customs of the various Indian tribes of North America. During the course of his remarks, he stated that when he came to study the Hebrew language, he was astonished to find so much of his own language that was pure Hebrew. And after enumerating the various words of his own language that were Hebrew, he found them exceedingly fitting. And he said we were taught this by our ancestors, and they received from their Hebrew ancestors, the 10 tribes. So based on if the Cherokee being the Romans, tied it in with the information from the books of remembrance, that means the Cherokee got to be Dan, because they're the ones that became the Philistines. Prefect. And furthermore, he stated he was as firmly convinced that the Indian tribes of North America were descendants of the 10 tribes of Israel. As we was of any other fact, this statement induced us to examine history in this question. We have found many facts corroborating the testimonies of the red man of the forest. Though differing from some other writers on this subject, we have the testimony of a number of the most eminent men of America to sustain our position. The author. Had on the ancient Israelite relic, our Aborigines. Reverend James S. Milligan writes from Oregon, New York, May 13th, 1853, to a friend in Allegheny, Pennsylvania. Having in my possession a very curious relic, or phallic simile of a relic of that ancient nation of the Jews, I take the liberty of addressing you in reference to it, in order that I and others may have the benefit of your opinion concerning it. That to which I refer is the facsimile in block 10 of silver coin found last summer in Michigan, about 20 miles from Detroit, 2 feet under the surface of the earth. The coin is about the size of an American $50, not so great in circumference, but thicker. On one side, is represented a censer with smoking incense, but a Hebrew inscription, Jewish shekel. On the other, also in a Hebrew inscription, the Holy Jerusalem, a representation of an olive tree, or perhaps a palm tree. The original piece found is in possession of Dr. Duffield, Detroit. It is not more than possible that this shekel of Israel was lost by Indians. It is not another evidence that they were descendants of, and is it not another evidence that they are descendants of the 10 tribes? Here follows the remarks of his friends. The relic is plainly our relatives, his relatives. Another term used for Israelite. I'm going to prove it to you. This relic is plainly our relatives. The facsimile represents accurately the silver shekel of Israel. It was worth 50 cents of our money. Our silver half dollar is nearly a half ounce over dubious. The shekel of Israel was known in Persia. It is mentioned in Zephons and Nabasis. All right, let's go. Etymology Online Dictionary. Israelis are now citizens of the state of Israel. 1948 from Israel plus Hebrew national definition, a designation suffix I, also used in English as an adjective. 1948 it distinguishes the citizens of the modern state from the ancient people who have been known in English since 14th century. See, they already know who he was when they got here. That's what they told you. He'd been known since 14. What happened when they get over here? 1492. They already knew who they was coming to get. As Israelites. See, Israelite. Israelites are now, mid-14th century, a Jew, one of the people of ancient Israel, a descendant of Israel or Jacob, from Latin Israelitia, from Greek Israelites, from Israel, see Israel, the Middle English adjective from Israelish, from Old English Israelish, sometimes Israelitish, where we was read about here in the 10 Tribes of Israel by Timothy R. Jenkins. Coverdale, 1530s, Israelitic, century 1600, from late Latin Israeliticus. All right, let's see what I was looking for something else. Let's see. Back to the 10 tribes of Israel, or the true history of the North American Indians, showing that they are the descendants of these 10 tribes. Scholar Select. Page 76. Though they have lost the true meaning of their religious emblems, except with a few of the more intelligent traders, revive the relative memories of the old inquisitive magi or beloved man, yet tradition directs them to apply them properly. They use many plain religious emblems of the divine name of Yahweh, Yah, and El. And these are the roots of the prodigious number of words through their various dialects. It is worthy of remembrance that two Indians, being two far distant nations, without the knowledge of each other's language, except from the general idiom, will intelligibly converse together and contract engagements without any interpreter, in such a surprising manner as is scarcely credible. In like manner, we read Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob traveling from country to country, from Chaldea into Palestine, when inhabited by various different nations. He is called Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob Indians. Thence into Egypt and back again, making engagements and treating with citizens wherever they went. But we never read of any difficulty in being understood or other using an interpreter. The Indians generally express themselves with great vehemence and short pauses in their public speeches. Their periods are well turned and very sonorous and harmonious. Their words are specially chosen and well disposed, with great care and knowledge of their subject and language to show the being, power, and injured energy of the Great Spirit and all that concerns them. To speak in general terms, their language in their roots, idiom, and particular construction appears to have the whole genius of the Hebrew, and what is very remarkable and well worthy of serious observation, has most of the peculiarities that language, especially those in which it differs from most other languages, and often does in letters, in signification, synonyms with the Hebrew language. They call the lightning and thunder Eloah, and its rumbling noise Rawa, which may not improperly be deduced to the Hebrew, the word Ruach, a name of the third person of the Holy Trinity, originally signifying the air in motion or a rushing wind. In came a mighty rushing wind in the book of Acts. Faber. Let's go to page 103. Page 103. It's a lot to read, but I'm trying to get to different parts. So I want let's try to get a little bit from everywhere. Another trifling observation in his behalf, yet will add to the presumption I already mentioned, is the name of a point of land on the western part of the Euxine or the Black Sea, mentioned by the Avala Nagara. This is the Abydos of the Greeks, in parentheses, Davala 287, and is much the same with the point of the Lake Ontario in New York State, well known by the Indian name Niagara. But if the character of the Indians as originally being kind and hospitable should be doubted, as I know it will be by many who think themselves well acquainted with them for being with the present race around our settlements, let us go back and hear the idea of Christopher Columbus formed of them in the very beginning of our acknowledgement and acknowledging. He must be the very best witness that can be produced on this subject. In his account sent to his royal master and mistress of the inhabitants of the first landing in America, he says, I swear to your magistracies that there is not a better people in the world than these, more affectionate, able, affable, or mild. They love their neighbors as themselves. Same thing said about in the book, Revealing America's Dark Skinned Past. He said they was always that way until they had to defend themselves. Their language is sweet, is the sweetest, the softest, and most cheerful, for they always speak smiling. In another instance, a venerable old man approached Columbus with a great reverence and presented him with a basket of fruit and said to him, "You are come into this covered country with a force against which we were inclined to resist. Resistance would be folly. We are all, therefore, at your mercy." Goes on to say, they are represented as a stupid people and addicted to vices. But have they not contracted most of their vices from the contact with the Christians? That's why Most High said, do not learn their ways. But it must be granted that the Indian will remain untainted with many of their vices, with many vices uncommon among Europeans, such as ambition, blasphemy, swearing, treachery, and many of the such monsters, which have not yet taken place among them. They have scarcely any idea of them. In the year of 1620, a sermon was preached at Plymouth. Who else talked about Plymouth? By Reverend Mr. Cushman, from which following extracts is taken relative to the treatment they received from the natives. The Indians are said to be the most cruel and treacherous people in all these parts, even like lions. But to us, they have been like lambs, so kind, so submissive, and trusty. As a man truly said, many Christians are not so kind and sincere. Though when we came first into this country, we were few, and many of us very sick. And many died by reason of the cold and wet, and being the depth of winter, and we have no houses or shelter. Yet when they were not 6 able persons among us, the Indians came daily to us by hundreds with their sachems and kings, and might in 1 hour have made dispatch to us. Yet such fear was upon them that they never offered us the least injury of word and deed. That's like right now. We outnumber them, but what the curses do to when we was under curses, it made us fearful. Nothing new under the sun. But the Most High Spirit has come. It's changed now. Page 117. The Indians are perfect Republicans. They will admit of no inequality among them, but what arises from age or great qualifications from error, counsel, or war. Although this is the case in peace, yet in war they observe great discipline and perfect subordination to their beloved man who carries the holy ark, and to their officers who are appointed on the account of the experience they have had, or their prowess in war, and good conduct in the management and surprising of the enemy, are saving their men by timely retreat. But this subordination ends with the campaign. As the Israelites were divided into tribes and had a chief over them, and always marched under the enzyme of some animal peculiar to each tribe, so the Indian nations are universally divided into tribes under a sachem or king chosen by the people from the wisest and bravest among them. He has neither influence nor distinction, but from his widows, or from his wisdom and prudence. He is assisted by a council of old, wise, and beloved men, as they call their priests and counselors. Nothing is determined or public nature, but in this council, where everyone has an equal voice, the chief of Sechem sits in the middle, and the council on each side forming a semicircle, as the high priest of the Jews did in the Sanhedrin of that nation. Page 119. And every nation, as before observed, has its peculiar standard of symbolism, as an eagle, a bear, a wolf, or an otter. So as each tribe is like the badge from which it is denominated, when they encamp on a march, they always cut the representation of their ensign or symbol on the trees. Now, what that sound like? It been what's the word I'm looking for? It been bastardized, but don't gangs do that? Put their hood on everybody on where they go by? That's where you got it from. You just took it to the left. As every nation, as before observed, it has its peculiar standard or symbol, as an eagle, a bear, a wolf, or an otter. So has each tribe the like badge from which it is denominated. When they encamp on a march, they always cut the representation of the ensign or symbol on the trees, by which it may be known who have been there. The sachem of each tribe is necessary party in the conference and treaties, to which he affixes the mark of his tribe, as a corporation does that of the public seal. If you go from one nation to nation, you will not find one who does not lineally distinguish himself by his respective family, as the family or tribe of the eagle, panther, which is their line. That's what they showed you in the movie, The Black Panther. And we had the leopard representing America. They had the Black Panther. We had the leopard. And what did our leopard say? He came back to get his crown. He's the lost sheep of the house of Israel in the movie The Black Panther. That's what they were showing you. Tiger, buffalo, their ox or bull, and also the bear, deer, raccoon, etc., etc. So among the Jews was the lion of the tribe of Judah. Dan was known by a serpent, Issachar by an ass, and Benjamin by a wolf. That's what he's talking about too in the scripture. They said the wolf should lie down with the sheep and lying down. He's talking about the tribes going to lie down together in peace. But the Indians, as the Jews, pay no religious respect to any of these animals or for any other whatsoever. They reckon time after the manner of the Hebrews. They divide the year into spring, summer, autumn, and the falling of the leaf, and winter. Korah is their word for winter with the Cherokee Indians as it with the Hebrews. They number years by any of these four periods, for they have no name for a year. They subdivide these and count the year by lunar months or moons, like the Israelites, who also counted them by the moons. They call the sun and the moon by the same word, with the addition of a day and night. As the day, sun, or moon, the night was night, sun, or moon. They count the day by three sensible differences of the sun. Hebrews as the sun coming out, midday, and the sun is dead or sunset. Midnight is halfway between the sun going down and coming out of the water. Also by midnight and cock crowing. They began their ecclesiastical year at the first appearance of the first new moon of the vernal equinox, according to the ecclesiastical year of Moses. They pay great regard to the first appearance of every new moon. They name the various seasons of the year from planting and ripening of the fruits. The green-eared moon is the most beloved and sacred when the first of the fruits become sanctified by being annually offered up, and from this period they count their beloved or holy things. The number and regular period of the Indian public religious feasts, in parentheses as will be seen hereafter, is a good historical proof that they counted time and observed a weekly Sabbath long after the arrival of the American continent. And this is applicable to all nations. To the 70 years captivity commenced. According to Dr. Paradox, the Israelites had only numerical names for the solar and lunar months, except two called Abib and Athenium. The former signifies a great ear of corn, and the latter robust or valiant. And by the first name, the Indian terms their Passover as a explicative. Let's look at the word explicative. Explicative is adjective. 1640s having the function of explaining. From Latin explicative, from explicit. Unfold, explain, from ex out to plate. These 2 months were equinoctial. Abib, or the presence of Nisan of the Jews, was the 6th month of the civil and the first and ecclesiastical year, answering to our March or April. And Ethiopian, which began the civil year, was the 6th of the ecclesiastical, the same as our September or October. When the Indian travel, they always count the time by sleeps, which is a very ancient custom, perhaps may have been derived from the Mosaic method of counting time, making the evening and the morning to be the first day, etc. They have also an ancient custom of setting apart certain houses in towns as places of refuge, to which a criminal, even a captive, may fly and be safe from avenger of the blood, if he can but enter it. Page 267. I'm not aware of any evidence that the Cherokees were mound builders, but they appreciate the convenience of such structures. In one of their villages, William Bartram found their council house situated in a large mound, he adds, but it may be proper to observe that this mount on which the rotunda stands is of a much ancestlier date than the building. He said the Cherokees, the one where Terry said the Cherokees built the buildings, but the Choctaw built the mound. And perhaps was raised for another purpose. Lieutenant Timberlake is about our best early authority on the Cherokees, and I believe that nowhere mentions that they built upon mounds of artificial construction. Adair, however, states that they were accustomed to heap up and add to piles and loose stones in memory of a departed chief, or his monuments of important events. The tribes who inhabited what we call the Gulf states, embracing the region between the eastern border of Texas and the Atlantic Ocean south of Savannah River, belong with few and small exception to the great Choctaw Muskie family, spelled Chahta, Choctaw Muskegee family, embracing the tribes known as the Choctaws, Chickasaws, Muskies and Creeks, Seminoles, and Alabamians, and Nachas, and others. The languages of all these have numerous and unmistakable infinities. The Choctaw or Chata, presenting probably the most archaic form, it is anywhere within our limits that we must look for the descendants of the mysterious mound builders. No other tribes can approach them in the claim for this distinction. Their own traditions, it is true, do not point to a migration from the north, but from the west. Nor do they contain any reference to the construction of the great work in question. But these people do seem to have been a building race and to have reared tumuli, not contemptible. That word tumuli sounds like a word when the Most High said for those to build in Isaiah chapter 54. Let me go there to see. I'm not sure, but it sounds like it. Isaiah chapter 4 in NIV, 54 NIV. The future of Zion. Sing, barren woman, you who never bore a child. Burst into song, shout for joy, you who are never in labor. Because more are the children of the desolate woman than her who has a husband, says Yahweh. Enlarge the place of your tent. Stretch your tent curtain wide. Do not hold back. Lengthen your cords, strengthen your stakes. For you will spread out to the right and to the left. Your descendants will dispossess nations and settle in their desolate places. Do not be afraid. You will not be put to shame. Do not fear disgrace. You will not be humiliated. You will forget the shame of your youth and remember no more the reproach of your widowhood. For your maker is your husband. Yahweh Almighty is his name. The Holy One of Israel is your Redeemer. He is called the God of all the earth. Yahweh will call you back, as if you were a wife, deserted and distressed in spirit. A wife who married young, only be rejected, says Yahweh, your God. For a brief moment I abandoned you, but with deep compassion will I bring you back. In a surge of anger, and hid my face from you for a moment, but the everlasting kindness I will have compassion on you, says Yahweh, your Redeemer. To me, this is like the days of Noah, when I swore that the waters of Noah would never again cover the earth. So now I've sworn not to be angry with you, never to rebuke you again. Mountains be shaken and the hills be removed, yet my unfailing love for you will not be shaken, nor my covenant of peace be removed, says Yahweh, who has compassion on you. Afflicted city, lashed by storms, not comforted. I will rebuild you with the stones of turquoise, for your foundations of lapis lazuli. I will make your battlements of rubies, your gates of sparkling jewels, and all your walls of precious stones. All your children will be taught by Yahweh. The great will be their peace, and great will be their peace. In righteousness you will be established. Tyranny will be far from you. You will have nothing to fear. Terror will be far from you, far removed. It will not come near you. If anyone does attack you, it will not be my doing. Whoever attacks you will surrender to you. See, it is I who created the blacksmith, who fans the coals into flame and forges a weapon fit for his work. It is I who created the destroyer to wreak havoc, the Edomites. No weapon formed against you will prevail. You refute every tongue that accuses you. This is the heritage of the servants of Yahweh, and this is their vindication from me, declares Yahweh. Their own traditions, it is true, do not point to migration from the north, but from the west. Nor did it contain any reference to the construction of the great works in question. But these people do seem to have been a building race, to avert to Muli, not contemptible in comparison even with the mightiest of the Ohio Valley. Passing this page 272. Passing the tribes near the Mississippi, most of them of the Choctaw affiliation, we found considerable testimony in the French writers to their use of mounds. Thus, M. de la Harpe says, the cabins of the Yazas, Curias, Alfagala, and the Osby are dispersed over the country on mounds of the earth made with their own hands. The Nachas were mostly Choctaw lineage. Page 273. And I have not included in the above survey the important Dakota stock, who once occupied an ascended territory of the upper Mississippi, and its influence, and scattered clans of whom they are resident in the Atlantic coast of Virginia and Carolina. But in fact, I have nowhere found that they erected earthworks of any presentation whatsoever. From what I have collected, therefore, it would appear that the only resident Indians at the time of the discovery who showed any evidence of mound building comparable to that of the Ohio Valley were the Chata Muskogees. I believe that evidence is sufficient to justify us in accepting this race as the constructors of all those extensive mounds, terraces, platforms, artificial lakes, and circumvallations which are scattered over the Gulf states, Georgia and Florida. And Georgia and Florida, if I'm listening to a lady named Chief Warhorse, she said she woke up one time, it was she woke up, it was Florida, and one other time it was Louisiana, vice versa. They just changed the maps. But she also showed that everything in America was called Chata on the map, old map she had. Jeremiah chapter 16, verse 19. O Yahweh, my strength and my fortress, and my refuge in the days of affliction. The Gentiles shall come unto you from the ends of the earth, and shall say, surely our fathers have inherited lies, vanity, and things wherein there is no profit. The nations. Gentiles are nations. Doctrine and Covenants 93 and 39. And that wicked one cometh and taketh away light and truth through disobedience from the children of men, and because of the traditions of their fathers. Doctrine and Covenants 123. The header reads, Duty of the saints in relation to their persecutors, as written by Joseph Smith the prophet while a prisoner in the jail at Liberty, Missouri. This section is an excerpt from the epistle to the church dated March 20th, 1839. The saints should collect and publish an account of their sufferings and persecution. The same spirit that established the false creeds also leads to persecution of the saints. Many among all sects will yet receive the truth. And again, we should suggest for your consideration the propriety of all the saints gathering up a knowledge of all the facts. Doctrine and Covenants 69 and 8. Preaching and expounding, writing, copying, selecting, and obtaining all things which should be for the good of the church, for the rising generations that shall grow up on the land of Sion, to possess it from generation to generation, forever and ever. Amen. And sufferings and abuse put upon them by the people of this state. And again, we suggest for your consideration the propriety of all the saints gathering up a knowledge of all the facts and sufferings and abuses put upon them by the people of this state. Ezra 4, 1-24. Now, when the adversaries of Judah and Benjamin heard that the children of the captivity built the temple unto Yahweh, God of Israel, then they came to Zerubbabel and to the chief of the fathers and said to them, let us build with you, for we seek your God as you do. And we do sacrifices unto him since the days of Esar, Adon, king of Assur, which brought us up here. But Zerubbabel and Joshua and the rest of the chief of the fathers of Israel said to them, you have nothing to do with us to build an house unto our God, but we ourselves together will build unto Yahweh God of Israel, as King Cyrus, the king of Persia, has commanded us. Then the people of the land weakened the hands of the people of Judah and troubled them in building, and hired counselors against them to frustrate their purpose. All the days of Cyrus, king of Persia, even unto the reign of Darius, king of Persia. And in the reign of Ashur, in the beginning of his reign, wrote they unto him an accusation against the inhabitants of Judah and Jerusalem. In the days of Artaxerxes wrote Bilslam, Mithridates, Tabeel, and the rest of their companions unto Artaxerxes, king of Persia. Movie 300, Artaxerxes, king of Persia. And the writing of the letter was written in the Syrian tongue and interpreted in the Syrian tongue. Rehum, the chancellor, and Shimshai, the scribe, wrote a letter against Jerusalem to Artaxerxes, the king of this sort. Then wrote Rehum, the chancellor, and Shimshai, the scribe, and the rest of their companions, and Dionysius, the Arphaxates, and Tarpelites, the Apharsites and Archavites, the Babylonians, the Sasanchites and the Deavites, and the Elamites, and the rest of the nations whom the great and noble Anapar brought over, and set in the cities of Samaria, and the rest that are on this side, the river, and at such a time. This is the company of the letter that they sent unto them, even unto Artaxerxes the king, your servant, the men on this side, the river, and at such a time, be it known unto the king, the Jews which came up from you to us are coming to Jerusalem, building the rebellious and the bad city. See, that was like this day, the Most High sent us to build the house from the Melchizedek priesthood according to his decrees. But he said, don't let no Christianity or no religion be a part of it. So they got mad. Now they're making a plea to try to get rid of the Israelites, saying we preaching hate. Because they wanted to help build the city and put idols and stuff in it. Most High said, I don't want no idols in my building. Be it known unto the king that the Jews which came up from you to us are come unto Jerusalem, building the rebellious and the bad city, and have set up the walls thereof, and joined the foundations. Be it known now unto the king that if this city be builded, and the wall set up again, then will they not pay toll, tribute, and custom, and so you shall damage the revenue of the king. Why? This city built up, we sovereign. But they already announced it now. It's already late. They confessed by necessity. Now, because we have maintenance from the king's palace, it was not meet for us to see the king's dishonor. Therefore have we sent and certified the king. The search may be made in the books of the records of your fathers. So shall you find in the books of the records and know that this city is a rebellious city and hurtful unto the king and provinces, and that they have moved sedition within the same old time, for which cause was the city destroyed. We certify the king that if this city be built again, and the walls thereof set up, by means you shall have no portion on this side of the river side. Then sent the king an answer unto Rehum the chancellor, to Shimshai the scribe, and to the rest of their companions that dwell in Samaria, and to the rest beyond the river, peace, and at all such a time. The letter which you sent unto us has been plainly read before me, and I commanded, and search has been made, and it is found that this city of old time has made insurrection against kings, and the rebellion and sedition has been made therein. There have been mighty kings over Jerusalem, which have ruled over all countries beyond the river, and toll, tribute, and custom was paid unto them. Give you now commandment to cause these men to cease, that this city not be builded until another commandment shall be given from me. Take heed now that you fail not to do this. Why should you damage grow to the hurt of the kings? Now when the copy of the king Xerxes' letter was read before Rehum and Shimshai, the scribe, their companions, they went up unto the haste of Jerusalem unto the Jews and made them to cease by force of power. Then ceased the work of the house of God, which is at Jerusalem. So it ceased until the second year of the reign of Darius, king of Persia. And also of all the property and amount of damages which they have sustained, both of character and personal injuries, as well as real property, injustice. And also the names of all the persons that have had a hand in their oppression, as far as they can get hold of them and find them out. Oppression, oppress. And perhaps a committee can be appointed to find out these things and to take statements and affidavits, and also to gather up the libelous publications that are afloat. They already admitted they libel by necessity. Record keeping. They noted. It's already on public record. They already noted that. They said by necessity, all this libel is going to come to justice. You better not touch none of these Americans. If you do, you're going before the death penalty. You're going to be like the Nazis in Nuremberg. All is known. From the least to the greatest who is involved in these atrocities. And all their magazines and encyclopedias and all the libelous histories that are published and the writings and by whom in the present and the whole continentation and diabolical rascality and nefarious and murders impositions that have been practiced upon this people. That we may not only publish to all the world, but present them to the heads of governments in all their dark and hellish hue, as the last effort which is enjoined on us by our Heavenly Father, Ezra 5, 8 through 17. Be it known unto the king that we into the province of Judea, to the house of the great God, which is builded with great stones, and timber is laid in the walls, and this work goes fast on and prospered in their hands. Then asked we those elders, and said unto them, thus who command you to build this house and to make up these walls? We asked their names also to certify you, that we might write the names of the men that were the chief of them. And thus they returned us answer, saying, we are the servants of the God of heaven and earth, and built the house that was builded these many years ago, which a great king of Israel builded and set up. But after our fathers had provoked the God of heaven unto wrath, he gave them into the hand of Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, the Chaldean, who destroyed this house and carried the people away into Babylon. But in the first year of Cyrus, the king of Babylon, the same King Cyrus, made a decree to the building this house of God by necessity. And the vessels also of gold and of silver in the house of gold of God, Salagi, which Nebuchadnezzar took out of the temple that was in Jerusalem and brought them into the temple of Babylon, those did Cyrus the king take out of the temple of Babylon, and they delivered unto one whose name was Sheshbazzar, or Sheshbazzar, who he had made governor, and said to him, take these vessels, go carry them into the temple that is in Jerusalem, and let the house of God be builded in this place. Then came the same Sheshbazzar and laid the foundation of the house of God, which is in Jerusalem, right here in North America. In our day, that's what's going on right now. And since that time, even until now, has it been in building, and yet it is not finished. Now, therefore, it seems good to the king, let there be search made in the king's treasure house, the treasury, which is there at Babylon, whether it be so, that a decree made of Cyrus, the king, to build this house of God at Jerusalem. There you know this in the Library of Congress. Article 1, verse 10. And let the king send his pleasure to us concerning this matter. Before we can fully and completely claim that the promise which shall call him forth from his hiding place. Let me go a little further. I wasn't there yet. And again, we should suggest for your consideration the propriety of all the saints gathering up a knowledge of all the facts and sufferings and abuses put upon them by the people of this state, and also of the property and amount of damages which they have sustained, both of character and personal injuries, as well as real property. He told you, he said, no weapon formed against you is going to prosper. And every term that's formed against you, you're going to condemn. That's what he's telling you. And also of the property and the amounts of damage which they have sustained, both of character and personal injuries, as well as real property given back through probate. And also the names of all persons that have had a hand in their oppression, as far as they can get hold of them and find them out. That's why they confessed who they were. By necessity. And perhaps a committee can be appointed to find out these things and to take statements and affidavits, and also to gather up the libelous publications that are afloat. They ain't hard. They make themselves naked. Record keeping. And all that are in magazines and encyclopedias and all the libelous histories that are published in oral writing, and by whom, and present the whole concantation and diabolical rascality, and the force and murders impositions that have been practiced among this people. Genocide, gang stalking, everything. Oppression. That we may not only publish to the world, all the world, that we may not only publish to all the world, but present them to the heads of government in all their dark and hellish hue, as the last effort which is adjoined on us by our Heavenly Father before we can completely claim that promise. We shall call him forth from his hiding place. And also that whole nation may be left without excuse before he can send forth the power of his mighty arm. That's us, the Melchizedek priesthood. This is prophecy fulfilled and going to be fulfilled. Ezra 5, 8-17. Be it known unto the king that we unto the promise of Judea to the house of the great God, which is builded with great stones, and timber is laid in the walls, and this work goeth fast on and prospered in their hands. Then asked we those elders and said unto them, who command you to build this house and to make up these walls? We asked their names also to certify you, that we might write the names of the men that were the chief of them. And thus they returned us answering, saying, we are the servants of God of heaven and earth, and built the house that was builded these many years ago. Told you I'm ordered from the throne of David, which the great king of Israel built it and set up. But after that, our fathers had provoked the God of heaven unto wrath. He just told us in Isaiah 54, he promised not to be angry with us no more. Nobody after us. He said, if you send him, guess he didn't send you, but you're going to submit to us. You already have. The other version tells us he's going to kill you if you don't. Isaiah chapter 60, verse 14, 10-14. But after our fathers had provoked the God of heaven unto wrath, he gave unto them the hand of Nebuchadnezzar, into the hand of Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, the Chaldean, who destroyed this house and carried the people away into Babylon. But in the first year of Cyrus, the king of Babylon, the same King Cyrus, made a decree to build this house of God, and the vessels also of gold and silver in the house of God, which Nebuchadnezzar took out of the temple that was in Jerusalem, and brought them into the temple of Babylon. Those did Cyrus the king take out of the temple of Babylon, and they were delivered unto the one whose name was Sheshbazzar, whom he had made governor, and said to him, take these vessels, go carry them into the temple that is in Jerusalem, and let the house of God be builded in his house. Then came the same Sheshbazzar and laid the foundation of the house of God, which is in Jerusalem, and since that time, even till now, has been in building, and yet it is not finished. Now, therefore, if it seem good to take the king, or seem good to the king, let there be search made in the king's treasure house, which is there at Babylon, whether it be so that a decree was made of Cyrus the king to build this house of God, at Jerusalem, and let the king send his pleasure to us concerning this matter. What is his pleasure concerning this matter? Luke 12, 32, 34. Do not fear, little flock, for it is your Father's good pleasure to give you the kingdom. Sell what you have and give alms. Provide yourselves money bags which do not grow old, a treasure in the heavens that does not fail, where no thief approaches nor moth destroys. Why? Because he got way more waiting for you. And also the names of all persons that have had a hand in their oppression, as far as they can get hold of them and find them out. All things is known. And perhaps a committee can be appointed to find out these things and to take statements and affidavits, and also to gather up the libelous publications that are afloat. Record keeping. Record keeping of all the statements and affidavits and libelous publications. Everything y'all put in there to make yourself naked that I've been reading to you. You made yourself naked. They can look back and find out the people that hung our ancestors is on them stamps that y'all put out there. They know what family you come from. And you smile at the camera. They know who you are. And all that are in magazines and encyclopedias and all the libelous histories that are published and are writing and by whom and present the whole concatenation of diabolical rascality and nefarious and murderous impositions that have been practiced upon this people. All. That we may not only publish to all the world, but present them to the heads of the government, the corporation. That's what that Roman Catholic Pope said. He told on y'all by necessity. Why? He was the head of it. Ezra 5, 8 through 17. Be it known unto the king that we went unto the province of Judea to the house of the great God, which is builded with great stones, and timber is laid in the walls, and his work goeth fast on and prospered in their hands. Then asked we those elders, and said them to us, who commanded you to build this house and to make up these walls? We asked their names also to certify you. See? They know that I was sent. They know I'm a king. They know I'm a nigga. Matter of fact, in 2017, they certified the name niggas. And I stay alive. That's because I addressed him and told him, I said, hey man, I'm alive. And at that time I didn't know, but the Spirit led me. I said, I'm an M-U-U-R, Israelite. And they certified my name Negas. Anthony Matthews Poulos, the senior. We ask their names to certify you that we might write the names of the men that were chief of them. And thus they returned us answer saying, we are the servants of God of heaven and earth, and built the house that was builded these many years ago, which a great king of Israel built it and set up. See, people can get mad all they want. I ain't lying. Most High's word. Isaiah 9, 6-7, for unto us a child is born, unto us a son is given, and the government shall be on his shoulder. His name shall be called Wonderful, Counselor, the Mighty God, the Everlasting Father, the Prince of Peace. Of the increase of his government and peace there shall be no end, upon the throne of David and upon his kingdom to order, and to establish it with judgment and with justice henceforth forever. The seal of Yahweh himself of hosts will perform this. And all that are in magazines and encyclopedias and all libelous histories that are published and are writing and by whom and present the whole concatenation of diabolical rascality in the forest and murders and imposition that have been practiced upon this people. That we may not only publish to all the world, but present them to the heads of the government in all their dark and hellish hue, as a last effort which is enjoined on us by our Heavenly Father, before we can completely claim that promise, we shall call him forth from his hiding place. Doctrine and Covenants 101 and 89. And if the president heed them not, then will Yahweh arise and come forth out of his hiding place, and his fury vex the nations. Doctrine and Covenants 121, 1 and 4. O God, where are you? And where is the pavilion that covereth your hiding place? O Yahweh God Almighty, maker of heaven and earth and sea and seas, and all things that in them are, and who controlled and subjected the devil, and the dark and benighted domain of Sheol, his dumb domains. Stretch forth your hand, let your eyes pierce. Let your pavilion be taken up. Let your hiding place no longer be covered. Let your ear be inclined, let your heart be softened, and your bowels move with compassion towards us. And also the whole nation be left without excuse before he can send forth the power of his mighty arm. And it is an imperative duty that we owe to God, to angels, with whom we shall be brought to stand, and also to ourselves, to our wives and children, responsibilities towards family and children. who have been made to bow down with grief, sorrow, and care under the most damning hand of murder, tyranny, and oppression. Cruelty, cruelty. Who have inherited lies upon the heart of the children and filled the world with confusion. And has been growing stronger and stronger and is now in the very mainspring of all corruption. And the whole earth groans under the weight of its iniquity. Read Isaiah 33:9 and Moses 7:49. And it is an iron yoke, physical bondage, spiritual bondage. It is a strong band. They are the very handcuffs and chains and shackles and fetters of hell. Therefore, it is an imperative duty that we owe not only to our own wives and children, but to the widows and fatherless, whose husbands and fathers have been murdered under his iron hand. Children, widows. He said, even they keep doing it, it's known. It's been, they ain't getting away with it. Because he didn't send them. Doctrine and Covenants 98:13. And whoso laid down his life in my cause, for my name's sake, shall find it again, even life eternal. Doctrine and Covenants 103:27-28. Let no man be afraid to lay down his life for my sake. For whosoever laid down his life for my sake shall find it again. And whosoever is not willing to lay down his life for my sake is not my disciple. Doctrine and Covenants 124-54. For I am Yahweh your God, and I will save all those of your brethren who have been pure in heart, who have been slain in the land of Missouri, says Yahweh. That was Joseph Smith's time. They've been slain in all North America and all over the world. There is imperative duty that we owe not only to our own wives and children, but to the widows and fatherless who have been husbands and fathers who have been murdered under his iron yoke. He said, you lay down, if you've been murdered and you're an Israelite and you believe in him, you lay down your life for his name. You're gonna find it again with great reward. You that's ministering, who's been treated with disrespect and treated in gang stalked and followed and harassed and cheated and all these things for his name's sake, working in the vineyard, you got great reward coming. That's called laying down your life. Which dark and blackening deeds are enough to make hell itself shudder, and to stand aghast and pale, and hands of the very devil to tremble and palsy. The devils even believe in shape for what's going to happen, and what's happening, and what shall happen. Isaiah 14:4-11, that you shall take up this proverb against the king of Babylon and say, how has the oppressor ceased? The golden city ceased. Yahweh has broken the staff of the wicked and the scepter of the rulers, who smote the people in wrath with continual stroke oppression. He that ruled the nations in anger and persecuted, and none hindered. The whole earth is at rest and is quiet. They break forth into singing. Yeah. The fir tree rejoices at you, and the cedars of Lebanon, saying, since you are laid down, no feller has come up against us. Laid down means dead, destroyed. Hell from beneath is moved for you to meet you at your coming. Like the movie Ghost. He described those angels that's coming for you. They got faces like leopards with teeth like leopards. They might look shadowy, but to you it's gonna be real, because they no longer be shadows no more. They're gonna be real thing coming for you. Hell from beneath is moved for you to meet you at your coming. It stirred up the dead for you, even all the chief ones of the earth. It is raised up from their thrones all the kings of the nations. Do not touch these Americans. If you do, you're gonna be like the Nazis in Nuremberg. Who are the Israelites? All they shall speak and say unto you, are you also become weak as we? Are you become like unto us? Your pomp is brought down to the grave. The noise of your vows, the worm is spread under you. And the worm covers you. He's talking about that's the sons of perdition. You go into your own place he didn't create for you. He created it for the devil and his angels. And you're going to never get used to it. It is also imperative duty that we owe to all rising generation, to all the pure in heart. For there are many yet on the earth among all sects, parties, denominations who are blinded by the stubborn craftiness of men. All your churches, organizations, all led by the false prophets, which are the false prophets are all the churches in the world. Colossians 2:8. Beware lest any man spoil you through philosophy and vain deceit, after the traditions of men, after the rudiments of the world, and not after the Christ, the Messiah. Doctrine and Covenants 76 and 75. These are they who are honorable men of the earth, who are blinded by the craftiness of men. Spiritual blindness. For your forefathers have inherited lies and taught that to you. For there are many on the earth among all sects, parties, denominations who are blinded by the subtle craftiness of men. False doctrine, false prophets. Whereby they lie in wait to deceive. Colossians 2:16-23. Let no man therefore judge you in meat or in drink, on respect of a holy day, or of a new moon, or of the Sabbath day, which are a shadow of things to come, but the body of the Christ. Let no man beguile you of your reward in a voluntary humility, worshiping of angels, intruding into those things which he has not seen, vainly puffed up by his fleshly mind, and not beholding the head, from which all the body by joints and bands having nourished, ministered, and knit together, increaseth with the increase of God. Wherefore, if you be dead with Christ from the rudiments of the world, why, as though living in the world, are you subject to ordinances? Touch not, taste not, handle not, which all are to perish with the using. He told you in another lesson, he don't care about none of this. He wants you to have that. He wants you to enjoy everything. That's good. As long as it comes from him, though. Therefore, Satan can't touch it. You are your soul, all your stuff. After the commandments and doctrines of men, then he'll touch that. Because he the one sent them. If you agree to touch it with them for their purpose. Which things have indeed a show of wisdom and his will worship, and humility, and neglecting of the body, not in any honor to the satisfying of the flesh. And who are only kept from the truth because they know not where to find it. 1 Nephi 8:19-24. And I beheld a rod of iron. What's that? This fullness of this gospel. Specifically the sealed portion. And extended along the bank of the river, the sealed portion guided by the first stick, the Bible. And led to the tree by which I stood. And I also beheld a straight and narrow path, which came along by the rod of iron, even to the tree by which I stood. And it also led by the head of the fountain unto a large and spacious field, as if it had been a world. And I saw numberless concourse of peoples, many of whom were passing forward, that they might obtain that path which led unto the tree by which I stood. And it came to pass that they did come forth and commence in the path which led to the tree. And it came to pass that those arose in a midst of darkness, yet even an exceedingly great mist of darkness, insomuch that they who had commenced in the path did lose their way. They wandered off and were lost. And it came to pass that I beheld other pressings forward. And they came forth and caught hold of the end of the rod of iron. And they did press through the midst of the darkness. That's what Paul was talking about, I press. At that time, he said, although I had not attained it, but yet I forget those things which are behind me, but yet I press forward out of the darkness unto the marvelous light. And it did press forward through the midst of the darkness, clinging unto the rod of iron, even until they did come forth and partake of the fruit of the tree. Mission of the Latter-day Saints. And we ain't talking about the Church of Mormon, which is another form of Christianity called Mormonism. We talking about the true saints of God, the Israelites. Therefore, that we should waste and wear out our lives in bringing to the light all the hidden things of darkness wherein we know them, and they are truly manifest from heaven. Dedication, we dedicate our lives and bringing to the light all the hidden things of darkness wherein we know them, and they are truly manifest from heaven. 1 Corinthians 4:5, wherefore judge nothing before the time. See, a lot of you judging saints of God before the time. You in the midst of a numerous number of angels and you calling us devils. It wasn't time for us to wake up yet. We was hidden under darkness with you so you wouldn't know who we were. First Corinthians 4:5, therefore judging nothing before the time until Yahweh come, who both will bring to light the hidden things of darkness and will make manifest the counsels of the hearts. And then shall every man have praise of God. we're gonna bring your secret combinations to the light and shout it from the rooftop. Then these should then be attended with the great earnestness, zeal, zealous. He said, Most High's great earnestness, zeal, and zealousness is performing it from the throne of David. Let no man count them as a small thing, for there is much which lied in futurity pertaining to the saints, which would depend on these things. You know, brethren, that a very large ship is benefited very much by a very small helm in the time of a storm. Little flock. By being kept workways with the wind and the waves. James 3:4, behold, also the ships, which though they be so great, are driven of fierce winds, yet are they turned about with a very small helm, whithersoever the governor listeth. Who is the governor? The Melchizedek priest, the one that's ordinate from the throne of David. First Nephi 16-29, and it's governed by his word, the Most High's word. From the rod of iron. He said he's going to rule you with a rod of iron. And there was also written upon them a new writing, which was plain to read, which does give us understanding concerning the ways of Yahweh. It was written and changed from time to time according to the faith and deliverance which we gave unto it. And thus we see that by small means Yahweh can bring about great things. Alma 37:6-8. Now you may suppose that this is foolishness in me. But behold, I say unto you, that by small and simple things are great things brought to pass. And small means in many instances does confound the wise. And Yahweh God does work by means to bring about his great and eternal purpose. And by every small means, very small means, Yahweh does confound the wise and bring it about the salvation of many souls. And now it has hereto been wisdom in God that these things should be reserved. For behold, they have enlarged the memory of this people, and convinced many of the error of their ways, and brought them to the knowledge of their God. Doctrine and Covenants 64:33. Wherefore, be not weary in well-doing, for you are laying the foundation of a great work. And out of a small thing proceeded that which is great. Little flock. It's the Father's pleasure to give you the kingdom. You know, brother, the very large ship is benefited very much by a very small helm in the time of a storm, or being kept workways with the wind and the waves. Therefore, dearly beloved brethren, let us cheerfully cheerfully do all things that lie in our power. And then may we stand still with the uttermost assurance. He told Moses, Moses, tell the people, stand still and see the salvation of Yahweh. Initiative to see the salvation of God and for his arm to be revealed. Exodus 14:13, and Moses said unto the people, fear ye not, stand still and see the salvation of Yahweh. I need to know that's coming. Which he will show unto you today. For the Egyptians whom you have seen today, you shall see them again no more forever. Isaiah 30:15, for thus says Yahweh God, the Holy One of Israel, in returning and rest shall be you saved, in quietness and in confidence shall be your strength, and you would not. Repent and know that the salvation of Yahweh is here.